Chapter 1071. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian shot out the netherworld demonic dragon's blood. It floated in the air, sparkling and crimson. There was a special kind of spiritual energy intertwined with it. This thing is really extraordinary. Whooshing Crocodile said. The nether demon dragon had been nurtured in the fallen celestial land for hundreds of thousands of years before taking form. It was born at the peak of Nirvana plane, which was equivalent to a terrifying king body. Moreover, it was born with a great completion king body. Thus, its blood was naturally extraordinary. Ling Yun agreed. The value of this dragon's blood was really high. It could be called a divine medicine for refining one's body. Hurry up, I'll protect you, Lin Tian said. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun nodded. They immediately drew the netherworld demonic dragon's blood into their bodies and began refining their bodies. Among them, the 5 elements crocodile had reached the 9th heaven of enlightenment for the 2nd time. Furthermore, it was a prehistoric beast. Therefore, even though the nether demonic dragon's blood had some effect on it, it wasn't very effective. Therefore, it didn't show much reaction when using it to train its body. On the other hand, Ling Yun couldn't help but howl when he used the dragon blood to train his body. Damn it hurts. However, my flesh, meridians, and organs seem to be getting stronger quickly. It feels so good. The netherworld demonic dragon's blood contained amazing power. Using it to refine one's body would be accompanied by an intense burning and tearing sensation. When Lin Tian was still in the airborne realm, he was almost burned to death by the terrifying power in the dragon's blood. If it wasn't for the 7-colored light from the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Ling Yun's body wasn't as strong as Whooshing Crocodile's now. Therefore, the reaction when using the dragon's blood was naturally greater. At this time, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun used the netherworld demonic dragon's blood to refine their bodies. Faint crimson light intertwined around their bodies. At the same time, the aura on their bodies was also increasing. Although the degree was very low, it was still getting stronger. Just like that, for hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun had successively finished tempering their bodies with the dragon blood, causing their bodies to become slightly stronger while their cultivations increased slightly, and they were almost at the half-step rebirth realm. Comfortable. Ling Yun chuckled as he clenched his fists and bumped them together, creating a muffled boom. The Whooshing Crocodile shook its wings, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Apparently, it was quite comfortable after being tempered with dragon blood. Lin Tian looked at the man and crocodile and smiled faintly. Then, with a slight movement of his right hand, he took out the nether demon dragon's soul from the stone ring. For a time, a majestic soul energy interweaved in this place, causing the nearby space to seem to be on the verge of freezing. Then, with a wave of his left hand, the low-grade sacred artifact deity murdering bow appeared in his hand. Wisps of sacred might swirled around the bow. Holy weapon? Brat, you actually have a weapon of this level. Ling Yun's eyes lit up. After all, sacred artifacts were not easy to find. Most of the ancient Nirvana realm experts did not have any sacred artifacts. As he spoke, his expression changed again as he looked at the dragon soul in Lin Tian's right hand. You want to use this dragon soul to temper this sacred bow. Previously, Lin Tian had mentioned using the dragon soul to temper a sacred artifact to increase its power. Now that he saw Lin Tian take out both the dragon soul and the sacred artifact longbow at the same time, he naturally guessed what Lin Tian was going to do at this moment. Even the Whooshing Crocodile at the side raised his head to look at Lin Tian, a demonic light interweaving in his eyes. Yes, Lin Tian Ondao. Tempering this sacred bow with the dragon soul would definitely increase its grade and power by a large margin. Naturally, he knew how to refine weapons. This was not his first time refining weapons. Moreover, this place was very secluded. so he did not inscribe any sealing runes. His left and right hands intertwined with golden light as he circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to its peak. Then, the sacred bow and dragon soul floated up and moved closer to each other. Finally, they came together in the middle. In an instant, an ear-piercing, buzzing sound rang out. As the sacred bow and the dragon soul of the nether demonic dragon came into contact, strands of electric arcs intertwined, causing the surrounding space to distort. Then, a lot of cracks could be heard. Lin Tian's expression was serious as he circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. He slowly pressed the dragon soul into the sacred artifact deity, murdering bow. Suddenly, a ball of dazzling divine light burst out, drowning the bow and bowstring. Black electric arcs intertwined. These black electric arcs were the original power contained within the dragon soul of the nether demonic dragon. They were terrifying and domineering. Previously, Lin Tian had erased the nether demonic dragon's consciousness, but the domineering original power was still preserved. It was very powerful. This was Lin Tian's intention. That was because this kind of origin energy was the most crucial factor in making the holy bow even more terrifying. Chi, chi, chi. Strands of black electric arcs flickered and intertwined outside the bow, causing the surrounding space to crack continuously. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin watched this scene from the side. Their eyes could not help but sparkle with excitement. He's really using the dragon soul of the nether demonic dragon recorded in the ancient books to refine weapons. This is 2F** King exciting. Ling Yan's eyes shone. Wuxing Crocodile stared ahead at the sacred bow that was intertwined with black electric arcs. Feeling the constantly strengthening Saint Qi, it clenched its claws and said, "Put in the dragon soul and refine it. This sacred bow will definitely grow into a flawless, heavenly treasure in the future." Lin Tian's expression was very serious. Strands of golden divine light intertwined with his hands, and then he activated the dragon burial scripture. Strands of dragon patterns entered the sacred bow and refined the dragon soul of the nether demonic dragon, causing its power to be evenly distributed inside the bow and intertwined with the bowstring, causing the bow to become stronger and the bowstring to become more resilient. The entire sacred bow's aura continued to rise. He calmed his mind and focused. After a few dozen breaths, he opened the divine eye of Illusion Breaker. Divine power, divine consciousness, and great path precepts intertwined together, quickly refining the dragon soul of another demonic dragon in the sacred bow, causing the dragon soul power to fuse into the sacred bow even more quickly. Then the aura of the celestial murdering bow rose even more quickly. It was like boiling water, causing powerful hurricanes to sweep away the shrubs and shatter the rocks here. This aura, it's already at the level of a mid-grade sacred weapon, and it's still continuing to grow stronger. Wuxing Crocodile said. The celestial murdering bow intertwined with black lightning arcs and dazzling divine light. The patterns on it became even brighter, and the sacred aura surged. Lin Tian's expression was very serious. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and the Dragon Burial Scripture together, seriously forging the celestial murdering bow with the dragon soul. Just like that, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, an extremely powerful aura surged out. The aura of the celestial murdering bow no longer rose. It had reached a powerful critical point, and the light was dazzling. It floated in the air, surrounded by golden light and intertwined with demonic light. It was sometimes sacred, sometimes domineering. It shook the clouds in the sky, causing the void to rumble. "It's done!" Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin also stared at the sacred bow, feeling the surging sacred aura from it. They were both shocked. A high-grade sacred weapon. A pinnacle high-grade sacred weapon. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Wuxing Crocodile also spoke at this time. Just one more small step, and it can become a quasi-mixed yuan heavenly treasure. Lin Tian stared at the celestial murdering bow floating in the air. Naturally, he could feel the changes of the celestial murdering bow the clearest. At this time, it had turned from a low-grade sacred weapon to a pinnacle high-grade sacred weapon. Its power was much stronger than before. Just from the sacred aura on the surface, it was at least 5 times stronger. He had reason to believe that with his current cultivation, he could use this brand new sacred bow to kill a 5th heaven nirvana cultivator with a full power arrow. He secretly praised. With a thought, the high-grade sacred weapon celestial murdering bow floated into his hand. He then put it away and placed it in his sea of consciousness. It floated beside his soul, and bits of sacred light intertwined. Let's go. We can leave this place. He tilted his head and said to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded, his eyes shining. Go, go, go. Go find the Tying Heavenly Lord's cultivation residence. We must find it and try to dig out a flawless heavenly treasure. This swamp area was very barren. After the 2 men and 1 crocodile left, they walked for a long time before they saw green vegetation. They also heard the roars of the wild beasts on this continent, shaking the sky. There was a very strong demonic aura intertwined in the air. Tying immortal abode, come out quickly. Come into Masterling's pocket. Ling Yin shouted again, searching the west nether continent. Lin Tian had already found the sword soul fragment here, and was not in a hurry to do anything. Moreover, he was also interested in the Tying Heavenly Lord's cultivation residence. Naturally, he and Ling Yin and Wuxing Crocodile began to search together. After that, they searched for a full 8 days, but they did not find any clues about the Tying immortal abode. Damn it, it's so hard to find. Ling Yin ground his teeth. Lin Tian glanced at him. That's the Tying Heavenly Lord's cultivation residence. How can it be so easy to find? Do you think it's digging for Lingjing or a spirit vein? Little pervert, you have to be patient. We've only searched for 8 days. What's the big deal? Wuxing Crocodile said. Ling Yin rolled his eyes, then shouted again, Tying immortal abode, come out quickly. Lin Tian was speechless, but he still released his divine consciousness to search. Clang! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out, and a sword ray slashed straight at him. It was very swift and fierce. It landed an inch in front of him, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. Then there was a whooshing sound. In the distance, a total of 9 figures appeared, all of them intertwined with extremely strong divine power fluctuations. In the blink of an eye, they stepped in front of the group. Of the 9 figures, 1 was middle-aged, and the other 8 were old. All of them had a strong cultivation at the Nirvana realm. Their blood energy fluctuations were as vast as the ocean. People from the Chu clan? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He felt the same bloodline aura from these people as the few youths from the Chu clan who wanted to steal his immortal Lingjing not long ago, but more powerful. Chapter 1072. Lin Tian sensed that the 9 of them were from the Chu family. He felt the same bloodline aura as the youths from the Chu family. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun naturally felt the same. After all, their cultivation wasn't weak. 1 Nirvana Stage 7, 2 Nirvana Stage 6, 2 Nirvana Stage 5, and 4 Nirvana Stage 4. This is a big lineup. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the 9 of them. This is much more dangerous than the injured demonic dragon. 2 months ago, the nether demonic dragon that Lin Tiansha killed was originally very terrifying. However, because of the serious injury, its strength fell to the Nirvana Stage 6. But now, the lineup of the 9 of them was far more powerful than the injured demonic dragon. This is a little troublesome. Ling Yin touched his chin and looked at Lin Tian. Little Lin, is there a problem? He and Wuxing Crocodile were now at the Nirvana Stage 9. They really had no way to deal with these people from the Chu family. Now, they could only rely on Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was the only one in their group who reached the nirvana stage. A few cats and dogs. Lin Tian said. Ling Yun gave him a thumbs up. Master Ling likes your arrogance. 1 at the 7th level of the nirvana realm. 2 at the 6th level of the nirvana realm. 2 at the 5th level of the nirvana realm. And 4 at the 4th level of the nirvana realm. Such formidable people were actually called cats and dogs by Lin Tian. They were indeed extremely arrogant. However, he also knew that Lin Tian had the capital to be arrogant because Lin Tian was strong enough. The 9 of them from the Chu family stepped in. Their eyes were originally very cold. At this time, after hearing Lin Tian call them cats and dogs, they became even colder. The 9 of them were the higher-ups of the Chu family. The lowest cultivation was at the nirvana stage 4, which was enough to look down on the 8th heaven. But they were called cats and dogs by someone who looked like he was in his 20s. In an instant, the coldness from the 9 of them intertwined involuntarily, almost freezing the entire space. Damn, it's so cold! Ling Yun scolded. The 9 of them from the Chu family were all nirvana stage powerhouses. Now that they were all emitting coldness, it was really a little scary. Lin Tian clearly felt this coldness and the bone-piercing, killing intent from the 9 of them, but he didn't care. After all, he was also in the nirvana stage. He looked at the 9 people from the nirvana stage, and they seemed to be the strongest group in the family. You really think too highly of me. 9 people from the nirvana stage, and they seem to be the strongest group. The strongest group, nirvana stage. You seems to think you are the strongest group in the family. Lin Tian was right. Was 9. Is Lin Tian's Lin's. Lin Tian had only beaten up a few nirvana stage youths from the Chu family and crippled one of them. Although he had provoked the Chu family, it was far from enough for the Chu family to send out 9 nirvana stage powerhouses. Moreover, these 9 people seemed to be the strongest group in the current generation of the Chu family. This was really a little strange. Logically speaking, even if Lin Tian had killed the next successor of the Chu family shouldn't have made such a big move. The eyes of the 9 people from the Chu family were cold. Among them, the middle-aged man walked out. He was the current head of the Chu family and was at the 4th sky of the nirvana stage. He waved his hand, revealing the appearance of a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a white robe and looked resolute and handsome. You know this person, right? He stared at Lin Tian, almost gritting his teeth as he said this. The coldness in his eyes was bone-piercing. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, Lin Tian's expression changed. Wuxing Crocodile's expression also changed. Kid, this is... Wuxing Crocodile was a little surprised. Naturally, it recognized the middle-aged man in the spiritual imprint of the Chu family's head. It had seen his peerless heroic appearance before. It was Lin Tian's master. Ling Yin noticed Lin Tian's expression. He also noticed Wuxing Crocodile's expression. He asked, you know this person? He had never seen Lin Tian's master like Wuxing Crocodile. Therefore, he was naturally curious at this time. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. An incredible prodigy. Ling Yan's eyes widened. He had been with Wuxing Crocodile for more than 2 months. He already knew some things about Wuxing Crocodile from Lin Tian. He knew that Wuxing Crocodile was an extremely tyrannical old monster. At its peak, it was almost at the Emperor realm. But now, such an ancient monster actually gave the middle-aged man in the spiritual imprint of the Chu family's spiritual imprint as an incredible prodigy. This really shocked him. The Chu family's head stared at Lin Tian. He said coldly, you do know him. At the same time, the gazes of the other 8 Chu family elders became even colder. Their murderous intent locked down the entire space. Lin Tian looked at the 9 of them. You know what my master wants to do. He wasn't stupid. At this moment, he naturally saw that the 9 people of the Chu family knew an old drunkard. Moreover, they had a huge grudge against him. Now, these 9 people were here. It was obvious that they didn't know that he beat up the young disciples of the Chu family and crippled one of them. It was because they knew that he had some relationship with an old drunkard. And with just a slight thought, he understood why these people knew that he had a relationship with an old drunkard. It must be because when he crippled the disciple of the Chu family, he used the 4-symbol seal, which was seen by the other young disciples of the Chu family. These young disciples also happened to know some things about an old drunkard. Perhaps they had seen an old drunkard use the 4-symbol seal, so they returned to the Chu family and told the big shots of the Chu family. Therefore, at this time, the 9 Nirvana realm big shots of the Chu family jumped together and intercepted him. Ling Yun was moved. "Kid, that middle-aged man is your master?" This was the first time he heard Lin Tian mention his master. Moreover, he saw the appearance of Lin Tian's master. Moreover, Wuxing Crocodile called him an incredible genius. Naturally, he was shocked. At the same time, the eyes of the 9 people of the Chu family became colder. The killing intent in their eyes was bone-chilling. When they heard that Lin Tian used the silver map, the 9 of them guessed that Lin Tian must be related to the person who killed their ancestor. They could be a descendant or a disciple. The reason why they showed Lin Tian the portrait imprint was to confirm the relationship between Lin Tian and that person. Now that they knew this relationship, their killing intent was naturally stronger. He is indeed that damned bastard's disciple. The Chu family head gritted his teeth. At this moment, as they stared at Lin Tian, a terrifying power surged out of the 9 people of the Chu family and truly imprisoned the area. The space within a radius of a few hundred feet was completely sealed by the 9 people. Very good. Very good. We did not come here in vain. The 8 elders of the Chu family were all the grand elders of the Chu family. One of them stared at Lin Tian. "We will suppress you and lure that damned bastard out. We will destroy his body and soul." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. These 9 people of the Chu family wanted to suppress him and use him as bait to lure out an old drunkard to kill an old drunkard. At the side, Wuxing Crocodile was stunned. He looked at the 9 people of the Chu family mockingly. Is there something wrong with the Chu family's brain? Lure out that person and kill him. He had personally witnessed an old drunkard's peerless might. Back then, he had easily killed 3 Chaos Emperors by himself. Most importantly, an old drunkard had only cultivated for a little over 100 years and had been dispirited most of the time due to certain matters. However, because of this, an old drunkard was still able to reach such heights. There were not many people in history who could compare with him. The Chu family actually wanted to lure an old drunkard out to kill an old drunkard. Even if they wanted to die, this was not the way to do it, right? The 9 people of the Chu family had cold gazes as they said, "We know that damned bastard is very strong. However, so what? We have already prepared a sure-kill situation. We have expended a lot of energy and can even kill a normal emperor." The Chu family naturally knew how strong an old drunkard was. They were definitely not a match for him in a direct confrontation. However, in order to kill an old drunkard and take revenge, they had already prepared everything. As long as they lured an old drunkard out and lured an old drunkard into a sure-kill situation, they would have absolute confidence in killing an old drunkard. Now that they were here, as long as they caught Lin Tian and used Lin Tian, their disciple, as bait, they believed that they would definitely be able to lure out an old drunkard and kill an old drunkard. At this moment, they didn't mind saying this because the 9 of them had absolute confidence in suppressing everything, including Lin Tian and the others. Therefore, even if Lin Tian and the others knew about this, it wouldn't be a big deal. Later on, they would directly kill the unimportant Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin. As for the bait Lin Tian, they only needed to seal Lin Tian's ability to speak and divine sense before placing him in a sure-kill situation. They didn't need to worry about Lin Tian leaking information about the sure-kill situation. It wouldn't affect their plan at all. Wuxing Crocodile sneered. "It sounds like you are very confident, but in reality, you are very stupid." Sure-kill situation? How could a normal emperor be killed? However, was Lin Tian's teacher, an old drunkard, a normal emperor? On the side, Lin Tian looked at the Chu clan people and still squinted his eyes. His voice was very calm. "You have a grudge with my teacher? What grudge?" He didn't mind that the 9 members of the Chu clan wanted to use him as bait to kill the old drunkard. He knew how powerful the old drunkard was. Even though he hadn't seen the Chu clan, so-called, able to kill ordinary emperors, he could sense that the Chu clan's ordinary emperors could only threaten ordinary emperors at the 2nd level of primal chaos. To the old drunkard, who could easily kill 4th level emperors, it was definitely just a decoration. If they wanted to use this to threaten the old drunkard, it was simply a pipe dream. At this moment, facing the 9 Chu clan people sealing the spatial zone, he wasn't afraid. He was just very curious about the Chu clan's attitude towards an old drunkard and wanted to ask clearly, "What grudge?" Hearing Lin Tian's question, the 9 Chu clan people's faces became several times colder. Their eyes were mixed with hatred and killing intent, and even a little crazy. "My clan's great completion monarch body was killed by that damned thing at the weak water bank. What grudge do you think we have?" Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed, and his face sank. That year, the great success of the king body who snatched the weak water essence from the old guy at the bank of the weak water was from your Chu family? Just now, when the 9 Chu clan people mentioned suppressing him and using him as bait to kill an old drunkard, he didn't have any reaction. However, at this time, when the 9 Chu clan people mentioned this matter, he directly felt a chill in his heart. A few years ago, in the 3rd heaven, he heard an old drunkard mention killing a great completion monarch body. At that time, he asked an old drunkard how the great battle happened. Then he learned that when an old drunkard found the remnant soul of a beauty, he went to the weak water to find the weak water essence in the weak water to revive his beloved beauty. It was also at that time that a great completion monarch body blocked an old drunkard and wanted to steal the weak water essence that an old drunkard painstakingly found to revive his beloved. Therefore, the great battle was triggered. Your Chu clan is very good. He stared at the 9 members of the Chu clan, and his expression turned cold. Golden divine light shot up like a huge wave, directly breaking through the space sealed by the 9 of them. A murderous intent even more terrifying than the 9 of them spread out, shaking the heavens and the earth. An old drunkard was the person he respected the most in his life. An old drunkard's lover was his master's wife, and naturally, she was also the person he respected the most. In the past, the old drunkard had been dispirited for 100 years because of the disappearance of his beloved woman. He spent his days drinking all day, and with great difficulty, he finally found the remnant soul of his beloved woman and was able to resurrect her. However, the Chu clan's grand completion king Physique wanted to forcefully seize the weak water essence that the old drunkard used to resurrect his beloved woman. At that time, when he heard the old drunkard mention this matter, he was incomparably furious. This was because he knew very well how important that woman called Qing Xian, whom he should call master's wife, was to the old drunkard. It was countless times more important than his life. At that time, an old drunkard had already killed the great completion monarch body of the Chu clan. But at this time, when he heard the people of the Chu clan mention this matter again, he was still very angry. The Chu clan touched an old drunkard's reverse scale. "I'll slaughter you all." His voice was cold, and he stepped forward, directly waving the Chaos Emperor fist. Roar! Roar! Chapter 1073. The cries of dragons and phoenixes shook the world. The phantoms of dragons and phoenixes circled at the same time, and the power of the Emperor's fist enveloped the space. Suddenly, the 9 people of the Chu clan all changed their expressions. At this time, the aura that Lin Tian emitted was too powerful. The killing power was far beyond their expectations. Even the first supreme elder of the 7th sky of Nirvana realm was moved. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded through the sky. The great void collapsed, and the violent fist aura shook the world. The 9 powerhouses of the Chu clan all made their moves. They all supported the Chu clan's great magic and attacked Lin Tian together. For a moment, 10 different forces collided with each other and directly swept out a turbulent storm. Nirvana Realm. The first supreme elder of the Chu clan said in a low voice, "How?" The Chu clan leader's eyes were filled with shock. Lin Tian was still so young. He looked like he was only in his 20s, but his cultivation had already reached the Nirvana realm. This made him a little incredulous. One should know that the strongest powerhouse of the Chu clan's younger generation, who is known as the number 1 of the younger generation of the heavenly realm, was only at the 9th sky of enlightenment realm. Boom! Golden divine light surged in the sky. After Lin Tian's fist landed, another fist landed. The phantoms of dragons and phoenixes became even stronger. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar and phoenix's cry were even stronger than before. However, this time, Lin Tian did not cover everyone. Instead, he directly targeted the Chu clan leader. At this time, the Chu clan leader was a little absent-minded. He keenly captured this moment. In just an instant, the phantoms of dragons and phoenixes appeared above the Chu clan leader's head. The Chu clan leader's expression changed immediately. Lin Tian took advantage of his slight absent-mindedness to attack him. Moreover, he was too fast. In an instant, he was in front of him. He could not dodge, even if he wanted to. There was no chance at all. He could only raise his hand to meet the attack. However, the power of Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor fist with his Nirvana realm cultivation was not so easy to block. With a boom, the sky collapsed. The Chu clan leader only had time to let out a muffled groan before he was shattered by the punch. Chu Lei! The first supreme elders of the Chu clan changed their expressions. They attacked at the same time and rushed toward Lin Tian. As for the Chu Lei they spoke of, the Chu clan leader, Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he unleashed his divine art. Dozens of divine images appeared together and charged towards the 8 supreme elders of the Chu clan, stopping them all. He stared at the shattered body of the Chu clan leader. His right hand trembled, and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared. It intertwined with a holy aura, causing the surrounding air to hum slightly. It was as if it could seal everything, as if it could crush everything. The Chu clan leader's spiritual soul was still there. He was reassembling his body at an extremely fast speed. When he saw Lin Tian use the divine clan diagram, his expression changed immediately. You. He still remembered very clearly the power of an old drunkard when he used the divine clan diagram. Just this single technique was enough to destroy everything, including the king body of the Chu clan. At this time, the Chu clan leader had no time to reassemble his body. He immediately wrapped his broken body with his spiritual soul and retreated. However, he underestimated Lin Tian's speed. In just an instant, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang roar and stepped in front of him. Buzz! The 4 symbols, Tao, diagram, buzzed. The silver divine light was dazzling. It directly pressed down and enveloped the Chu clan leader's spiritual soul. For a moment, the tyrannical power surged. The Chu clan leader immediately screamed. At the same time, he used all his strength to resist. The 4 symbols, Tao diagram that Lin Tian had summoned trembled slightly. Open! The Chu clan leader roared. He emitted an even more turbulent divine power. At the same time, the 8 supreme elders of the Chu clan shattered the divine sky elephant summoned by Lin Tian and rushed here again. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's right hand trembled. The 4 symbols, Tao diagram, instantly blazed even more fiercely. With the full power of his peak cultivation at the 2nd layer of nirvana, it directly crushed all of the Chu family patriarch's resistance and mercilessly crushed him. Ah! Poof! The Chu clan leader screamed. However, he soon lost his voice. His spiritual body was directly crushed by the four symbols Tao diagram. Chulei, the 8 supreme elders of the Chu clan, rushed over. They had already used their divine powers and secret techniques. However, they were unable to catch up in time. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang roar and dodged. He avoided the 8 of them in a split second and retreated dozens of feet. The Chu clan's patriarch was killed by him at lightning speed. Boy, you're ruthless. Ling Yun glared. A person at the 4th Nirvana realm was killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Even the whooshing crocodile was a little surprised. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, it and Ling Yun returned to normal. After all, when Lin Tian was still at the 1st Nirvana realm, he was able to kill the nether demon dragon that had fallen to the 6th Nirvana realm. Now that he had successfully reached the 2nd Nirvana realm, his combat power had increased greatly. Killing a person at the 4th Nirvana realm was naturally not difficult. The whooshing crocodile looked at Lin Tian and was slightly suspicious. Boy, why are you so angry all of a sudden? It was very curious about Lin Tian's sudden change in mood. Back then, the Chu clan's supreme physique wanted to snatch the weak water essence that the old guy used to revive Master's wife. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, the coldness on his body became stronger. What? The whooshing crocodile's expression suddenly changed. Back then, Lin Tian told it some things about an old drunkard. Because of the dispirited 100 years of time, it was clear that the woman that Lin Tian called Master's wife was very important to an old drunkard. The Chu clan's supreme physique actually dared to snatch the precious weak water essence that an old drunkard used to revive his beloved woman. It stared at the 8 people of the Chu clan. That man actually didn't destroy your Chu clan back then. The 8 grand elders of the Chu clan were shocked and furious. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Their Chu clan leader, their direct descendant, was actually killed by Lin Tian just like that. Damn it! One of them roared. With a rumble, endless killing intent surged around this person. Several great Tao laws were summoned and directly attacked Lin Tian. This person was the 5th grand elder of the Chu clan. He was at the 5th Nirvana layer. His strength was very strong, and his speed was also very fast. The great Tao laws were even more abundant and powerful. In an instant, he enveloped Lin Tian, and his majestic aura sealed the space around him. Facing this person, Lin Tian's eyes were still cold. With a thought, the saint-grade celestial killing bow appeared in his left hand. With a clang, he slashed with the saint-grade bow at the 5th grand elder of the Chu clan. Then his right hand grabbed the bowstring and pulled it to the shape of a full moon, condensing into a 3-foot-long dazzling arrow. Golden divine light and pitch-black demonic light circled together, shaking the surrounding void and causing the void to rumble. Large void cracks spread out one after another. High-grade saint weapon. Old 5th, retreat. Retreat. The other grand elders of the Chu clan all paled. At the same time, the 5th grand elder of the Chu clan naturally sensed the terrifying power of the saint-grade bow in Lin Tian's hand. Without any hesitation, he directly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Whoosh! The sound of the air breaking rang out. At this moment, Lin Tian released the bowstring, and the 3-foot-long arrow shot out. Vast and mighty golden divine light and overbearing, pitch-black demonic light. It rushed to the 5th grand elder of the Chu clan in the blink of an eye. Puff! Chapter 1074. Blood floated in the air, mixing with the white brain matter. For a time, the other 7 people of the Chu family were shocked. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian killed the patriarch and the 5th great elder of the Chu family. The other 7 great elders of the Chu family were shocked and angry. They never thought that Lin Tian, who looked like he was only in his 20s, would be so powerful, reaching the Nirvana realm. Moreover, he even had such a terrifying high-grade saint weapon, a high-grade holy weapon. Even the powerful Chu family only has one. It's the heritage of the Zhen family. Usually, it's hidden in the depths of the family. Only when the family encounters a great disaster will they take it out. It's enough to deter the entire eighth heaven. But now Lin Tian, a young man who looked like he was only in his 20s, actually had such a saint weapon. Buzz! A buzzing sound reverberated and Lin Tian moved again. The saint bow in his left hand intertwined with strands of saint light, powerful and terrifying. His expression was indifferent, and the powerful aura of the second layer of nirvana surged, like a supreme god of war standing on the earth. An old drunkard was the person he respected the most. Because of the disappearance of his lover, he had always been decadent. When he heard the great elder of the Burning Sun sect mention this matter, he felt a little depressed in his heart, because he could clearly understand the feelings of an old drunkard in those years. He was afraid that being alive was more painful than being dead. Therefore, when he heard that an old drunkard had found the remnant soul of his beloved, he was very surprised. And when he heard that someone wanted to snatch an old drunkard to revive his beloved weak water essence, he was very angry. Now, even though an old drunkard had successfully revived his beloved, when the Chu family mentioned that matter, he was still full of coldness. At that time, this old man was busy reviving his master's wife, so he didn't have time to pay attention to your Chu family. Now, you dare to rush in front of me and mention that matter. His voice was cold. As soon as his words fell, he held the saint bow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring again. If I don't kill all of you, I'll be a disciple in vain. With a boom, the spiritual energy in all directions surged over. In the blink of an eye, another 3-foot-long dazzling arrow was condensed on the bowstring. The powerful Saint Aura was like a terrifying storm, sweeping across the 6 directions and shaking the 8 barren lands. He aimed the saint-slaying arrow at another Grand Elder of the Chu clan. He loosened his right hand, and the 1-meter-long saint-slaying arrow shot out. With a cracking sound, the void shattered. Wherever the holy arrow passed, a huge space tunnel was directly shot out. This arrow was aimed at the 3rd Grand Elder of the Chu clan. This person was at the 5th sky of Nirvana realm. But when he faced this arrow, his expression changed greatly and his back turned cold. He activated his strongest power and moved horizontally with his fastest speed. At the last moment, he changed his direction and dodged this arrow. Then this person stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "Grand Elder, attack together! This holy bow is very powerful. Don't give him a chance to draw it. Once we subdue him, the holy bow will belong to..." Boom! 3rd Elder, be careful. The tyrannical Saint Aura and the warnings of the other Grand Elders of the Chu clan rang out. In the distance, the saint-slaying arrow that the 3rd Grand Elder dodged actually changed direction and shot back at him at this moment. Suddenly, the 3rd Grand Elder's expression changed greatly. This poof! A wave of blood splashed several feet, and the 3rd Grand Elder of the Chu clan was directly shot into the sky. His entire body was torn into pieces, and like the 5th Grand Elder of the Chu clan, even his divine soul was destroyed. This arrow can change direction. Ling Yan's eyes widened. The 3rd Grand Elder of the Chu clan had indeed dodged the arrow just now. But after that, the arrow changed direction and shot back at him. This really surprised him. The arrow shot from this bow can automatically lock onto the enemy. Unless it is completely destroyed by a powerful force, it will not stop until it is stained with the target's blood. Whooshing Crocodile transmitted his voice. This made Ling Yan's eyes widen even more. It can actually lock onto the enemy like this. Amazing! On the opposite side, there were still 6 Grand Elders of the Chu clan left. At this moment, their expressions turned even uglier, and they were unable to calm down. In the blink of an eye, another member of the Chu clan died at the hands of Lin Tian, shot into pieces by a single arrow. Damn it! The 1st Grand Elder of the Chu clan gritted his teeth. They had guessed that Lin Tian was related to an old drunkard, so they did not underestimate him at all. They directly sent 9 of the strongest people in the clan to deal with Lin Tian, and they also believed that they could easily suppress Lin Tian. However, the outcome was like this now. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 9 of them were killed. This loss was too great. These were the true pillars of the Chu clan. All of you back off, I'll do it, this person said. He was at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm, and was currently the strongest person in the Chu clan. He directly charged towards Lin Tiansha. For a moment, the entire space rumbled, and the aura of the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan shook the entire space. Anger, killing intent, and hatred intertwined together. It's the same no matter who comes. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Lin Tian's voice was cold. He did not make any unnecessary movements. As usual, he directly drew the bow, and another 3-foot-long saint-killing arrow was condensed. Whoosh! The powerful arrow pierced through the clouds and split the sky, arriving in the blink of an eye. The first Grand Elder of the Chu clan resisted with all his strength. He took out a total of 7 different Great Tao Laws, which merged with each other to form a lethal weapon of Great Tao Laws. It collided with the killing arrow of the immortal slaying bow, which was an upper-grade sacred weapon. Suddenly, the two collided violently, exploding into electric arcs that filled the sky. Then both of them collapsed. That old bastard actually blocked that arrow. Ling Yun stared. He clearly felt how powerful the arrow that Lin Tian shot just now was. It was much stronger than the arrow that killed the 3rd Grand Elder of the Chu clan, but it was blocked by this person from the Chu clan and shattered in the air. After all, he's at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. Whooshing Crocodile said, a person at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm had already passed half of the Nirvana realm, so his combat power was naturally very strong. On the opposite side, the 1st Grand Elder of the Chu clan stared at Lin Tian with a cold gaze. He directly stepped forward, his gaze piercing to the bone. Follow the Grand Elder, let's attack together. Someone else from the Chu clan said, kill. As for the other demon and human, just kill them. Perhaps there's another use for capturing them. His voice was cold and furious. The other 5 people of the Chu clan also moved. Each of them charged forward with powerful Great Tao Laws. In an instant, with the 1st Grand Elder of the Chu clan, 6 murderous auras intertwined again. Moreover, 2 of them pressed towards Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin, who were at the 4th sky of Nirvana realm. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin's expressions changed. They immediately gritted their teeth. Damn it! Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the sword resounded in all directions. Lin Tian directly activated the heavenly sword scripture to the limit. 2 murderous swords were 3 feet long. They were as fast as lightning, slashing towards the 2 people of the Chu clan who were pressing towards Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin. The 2 of them had no choice but to move sideways because the 2 murderous swords were indeed very powerful. They were filled with an extremely sharp, murderous aura, as if they could cut through everything. At the same time, he drew the bow again. This time, he directly drew the bow into the shape of a full moon and integrated his Great Tao Laws. This time, his movements were very fast. The saint-killing arrow shot out. The murderous aura was like a rainbow, shocking the heavens and the earth. The 1st Grand Elder of the Chu clan was so shocked that he stopped in his tracks. His expression changed on the spot. He activated 7 types of Great Tao Laws again, forming a shield in front of him to protect himself. However, the murderous arrow this time was incomparable to the previous one. After integrating Lin Tian's Great Tao Laws, the murderous arrow was 5 times stronger than before. Boom! The saint-killing arrow pierced through. The murderous aura broke through everything and shattered the 1st Grand Elder's shield on the spot. Then, with a pu sound, it pierced through his chest and dragged his body more than 1,000 feet away. He crashed heavily into a mountain not far away, causing an earth-shattering explosion. At the same time, The other members of the Chu clan all coughed up blood. Although they were not directly hit by the murderous arrow, their internal organs were injured by the murderous aura of the murderous arrow. Ah! More than 1,000 feet away, the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan roared. He was shocked and angry, but he did not die from the murderous arrow. Lin Tian looked towards the direction of the scream. His gaze was very cold, but soon after his expression changed. He stared at the mountain where the saint-killing arrow pierced through the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan and frowned slightly. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin were also shocked. Something's not right, Brat Lin. With the power of your murderous arrow, just now, even if most of it landed on that old guy from the Chu clan, it should be enough to shatter that mountain. However, that mountain is not damaged at all. Wuxing Crocodile said in a low voice. Something's wrong. Ling Yin also said. More than 1,000 feet away, the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan was shattered by Lin Tian's murderous arrow. He quickly reassembled his body and soared into the sky. However, he immediately stared at the mountain below. This is... Just now, Lin Tian's saint-killing arrow had dragged his body forward and smashed into the mountain. He vaguely felt an extremely powerful emperor's aura. Boom! At this moment, a powerful saint's aura surged out again. Lin Tian stood more than 1,000 feet away and pulled the bowstring to perfection again. He felt that the mountain in the distance was not ordinary. It was mysterious, but at this time he knew what to do. First, he had to kill everyone from the Chu clan who came here. As he pulled the bowstring to full draw, the spiritual energy in all directions surged again. At the same time, his great Tao law also quickly merged into the Saint Bow, condensing the saint-killing arrow. The expression of the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan changed immediately. Seeing Lin Tian pull out such a murderous arrow again, his internal organs trembled. Kill! Lin Tian's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he released the bowstring. The saint-killing arrow flew out with boundless murderous aura, shattering a large area of space. In the blink of an eye, this arrow crossed 1,000 feet and directly closed in on the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan. This arrow was so powerful that it was almost unstoppable. The great Tao law that the first Grand Elder hurriedly pulled out was instantly shattered, exploding in the sky again. Chapter 10:75. Blood filled the sky. The Chu clan's first Supreme Elder exploded again. Only his soul was barely preserved. Damn it! The Chu clan's first Supreme Elder was shocked and angry. He quickly reassembled his body. Lin Tian stood in place and glanced at the strange mountain in the distance. He didn't make any unnecessary movements and drew his bow again. With a buzz, he straightened the bowstring into the shape of a full moon. Another dazzling arrow was formed, rumbling. The Chu clan's first Supreme Elder didn't have the slightest bit of carelessness. He directly propped up several great path laws to protect his body. His face was full of vigilance. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's arrow changed direction and aimed at another person of the Chu clan. It was the Chu clan's sixth Supreme Elder. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lin Tian directly released the bowstring. The 3-foot-long arrow rushed forward at lightning speed. Damn it! The Chu clan's first Supreme Elder reassembled his body. After seeing this scene, he immediately rushed back from thousands of feet away. At the same time, the Chu clan's sixth Supreme Elder, who was in the 4th stage of Nirvana realm, felt a chill down his spine. He hurriedly used various techniques to defend himself. However, this arrow was too fast. Moreover, everyone of the Chu clan thought that Lin Tian's arrow was aimed at the Chu clan's first Supreme Elder. Their defense wasn't high. They all wanted to help the Chu clan's first Supreme Elder weaken the power of the killing arrow. However, they didn't expect that Lin Tian would suddenly change the direction of the killing arrow and go around everyone. Whoosh! The saint-killing arrow rushed through and pierced through a huge space tunnel. Along with the turbulence of time and space, it arrived in front of the Chu clan's sixth supreme elder in the blink of an eye. It shattered all of his defenses and pierced through his chest. This arrow was full of power, although it couldn't compare to the great path-killing arrow that was aimed at the Chu clan's first supreme elder. It was undoubtedly a killing move for someone in the fourth stage of Nirvana realm. The Chu clan's sixth supreme elder fell directly under this arrow. Sixth brother. The Chu clan's first supreme elder and the others cried out in grief. Lin Tian didn't react to this at all. He stood in place and drew the holy bow again. With a rumbling sound, he pulled back the bowstring. It was still in the shape of a full moon. Another saint-slaying arrow was formed. Then, rolling great path nomological laws intertwined, forming a great path-killing arrow. It was aimed at the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan and released. With a shio sound, the killing arrow dragged a long trail of divine light behind it. Like a comet, it rushed towards the Chu family's first supreme elder. Crack! The large space directly collapsed. Moreover, as soon as the arrow was released, Lin Tian also moved. With each step, he left behind afterimages as he closed in on the Chu clan. The first Grand Elder of the Chu clan summoned 7 different types of laws of the Great Path to counter Lin Tian's arrow of the Great Path. When the two collided, arcs of electricity filled the sky. With a sizzling sound, the 7 types of laws of the Great Path that the first Grand Elder summoned were shattered once again. The first Grand Elder was forced to retreat in a hurry. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stepped on the Yin and Yang Ho. With a ghostly speed, he rushed in front of another Grand Elder of the Chu clan. This person was the 7th Grand Elder of the Chu clan. He was at the 4th sky of Nirvana. When he saw Lin Tian step in front of him, his expression changed. He hurriedly summoned the Chu clan's Great Path to attack. At the same time, the other Grand Elders of the Chu clan beside him also attacked. All kinds of killing lights and laws of the Great Path appeared. They turned into a destructive divine river that suppressed Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't dodge. He held the high-grade saint weapon in his left hand and waved the heavenly sword scripture, slashing out dense heavenly sword light. At the same time, the divining divine technique was also supported. Dozens of divining divine images appeared, blocking all the various secret techniques of the Chu clan's great elders. Then, he punched at the 7th Grand Elder of the Chu clan. Roar! Roar! The true dragon roared, and the immortal phoenix let out a long cry. 2 huge divine shadows appeared, directly enveloping the 7th Grand Elder of the Chu clan. The 7th Grand Elder of the Chu clan was shocked and frightened. He summoned a great path to resist, but unfortunately he couldn't block it at all. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the 7th Grand Elder of the Chu clan exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. This was the Chaos Emperor Fist that Lin Tian summoned with his peak cultivation base. It contained the will to kill. It was impossible for a person at the 4th sky of Nirvana layer to survive under this killing blow. 7th Grand Elder. Someone from the Chu clan was shocked and angry. 9 powerhouses of the Chu clan had rushed here, but now 5 of them were killed by Lin Tian in a row. In the distance, Ling Yun gritted his teeth. When this kid was still at the 1st layer of Nirvana layer, he killed the Netherworld demon dragon with his bare hands. Now that he has reached the 2nd layer of Nirvana layer and has a peak high-grade saint weapon in his hand, few people below the 6th sky of Nirvana layer can resist him, unless they are the divine sons and daughters of the top forces in the 9th heaven. A typical example of running here to court death. Whooshing crocodiles said. Boom! An ear-piercing roar echoed. In front of him, the Great Path arrow shot by Lin Tian chased after the 1st Grand Elder of the Chu clan. As if it had its own consciousness, No matter how the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan tried to dodge, he couldn't dodge it. It was also at this time that Lin Tian pulled the bowstring again. The full crescent-shaped bowstring was pulled back, and spiritual energy poured into the longbow. Aiming at another Grand Elder of the Chu clan, he directly released the bowstring. In an instant, the saint arrow rushed forward with the momentum of a killing blow. This person was at the fifth sky of Nirvana layer. Originally, he was shocked and angry that Lin Tian had killed another member of the Chu clan, but at this time he rushed towards the arrow. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly summoned the Great Path Principle and the most powerful secret technique. At the same time, other than the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan, the other two also took action. They used all kinds of methods to meet the arrow shot by Lin Tian. Beast! One of them roared angrily. Now that Lin Tian had taken out a high-grade saint weapon, they didn't even have the chance to take the initiative to attack. They were always in a passive position. With a rumble, the saint killer arrow shot straight through, piercing through a huge spatial tunnel and closed in the blink of an eye. With a crack, the various secret techniques used by the three were directly shattered, and the saint killer arrow was also destroyed. However, it was also at this time that the sound of air breaking rang out. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang ho and directly stepped in front of the three people, causing their expressions to change drastically. You, clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian used the high-grade saint weapon Saint Bao to slash out the heaven-dominating sword manual. 3 consecutive heaven-dominating 3 moves were used. The 3 killing swords pressed towards the 3 people of the Chu clan at lightning speed, making it impossible for them to dodge. Poof! 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 3 mists of blood exploded together, floating in the void. It was a shocking sight. The 3 people of the Chu clan were cut into pieces at the same time. Ah! The 3 people roared loudly. Soul light rushed into the clouds, and they each reformed their bodies. However, Lin Tian obviously wouldn't give them such a chance. After succeeding in one attack, he directly used the reincarnation diagram and the great Tao laws together. In the blink of an eye, they merged into the reincarnation diagram of the great Tao, enveloping the souls of the 3 people of the Chu clan and ruthlessly suppressing them. Evil creature, stop! In the distance, the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan was still dodging Lin Tian's arrows of the great Tao. At this time, seeing this scene, he was shocked and furious to the extreme. He charged over without any regard for anything else. Lin Tian humphed. Raising his left hand, he used the heaven-dominating Soul Slayer divine ability with the Saint Bao and slashed at the charging Grand Elder of the Chu clan. With a clang, this sword was incomparably powerful, causing the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan to feel threatened. He had no choice but to forcibly stop his figure and dodge. Ah! At this time, screams rang out. The souls of the 3 Grand Elders of the Chu clan were covered by Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram of the great Tao. They resisted with all their strength, but it was useless. At this moment, they directly let out screams as their souls disintegrated bit by bit. This caused the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan to be even more shocked and furious. His eyes were red, and he charged over without regard for anything else. Want to save people? You don't have the chance, Lin Tian said ruthlessly. With a thought, the reincarnation diagram of the great Tao exploded with the most brilliant divine light. In an instant, it became several times stronger, causing the souls of the 3 people of the Chu clan to tremble violently. They only had time to let out unwilling screams before they were all shattered. The 3 people were all destroyed in body and soul. Ah! The first Grand Elder of the Chu clan's eyes were bloodshot. His whole person was almost demonized. He stared at Lin Tian with hatred. With him as the leader, 9 great figures of the Chu clan charged over. They were the 9 strongest people of this generation of the Chu clan. They were the true pillars of the clan. But now, 8 of them were killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. This was almost cutting off half of the Chu clan. Damn it! Damn it! This person roared in a low voice. A few years ago, Lin Tian's master killed their clan's Grand Completion King Physique at the bank of the Ruoshui. Now, Lin Tian killed 8 of their clan's experts in succession in this place, causing this person of the Chu clan to almost go crazy with hatred. It's you who deserve to die, Lin Tianling said. His voice was ice-cold as he faced the final supreme elder of the Chu clan. He directly took a step forward and unleashed his high-grade Saint Bao, divining divine technique, Ling Tian sword scripture, seal of 4 symbols, diagram of reincarnation, and other techniques. These were all great techniques, and with the support of a high-grade saint weapon, they were even more powerful. In addition, there was the unextinguished arrow of the great Tao that was released at the beginning. With so many techniques combined, even though the first grand elder of the Chu clan was at the 7th heaven of nirvana, it was difficult for him to resist. Soon he was completely suppressed by the brilliant reincarnation diagram, and sealed under this divine diagram. Let me see what kind of annihilation plan your Chu clan has prepared. His voice was cold. Even though he knew that the so-called annihilation plan prepared by the Chu clan couldn't threaten an old drunkard, he still wanted to take a look. His divine sense directly entered the soul of the first grand elder of the Chu clan. Because this was the first grand elder of the Chu clan, he was currently the strongest expert of the Chu clan. Naturally, there wouldn't be any fragmentary god, runes in his sea of consciousness. Moreover, what he was searching for wasn't a secret of the Chu clan. Even if there were fragmentary god, runes in the other party's sea of consciousness, it wouldn't explode and threaten him. Therefore, there wasn't any change in the process. He quickly found a relatively hidden place and engraved a dense killing formation and other techniques, enough to trap a normal emperor at the 2nd heaven of nirvana. You want to threaten my master with this? He coldly mocked. The first grand elder of the Chu clan was shocked, angry, fearful, and hateful. He stared at Lin Tian with hatred. You master and disciple, you should wing. The reincarnation diagram shone brightly, directly interrupting this person. Chapter 1076. The soul of the first grand elder of the Chu clan was destroyed. Only blood splattered on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Ling Yun walked over and stared at Lin Tiandao. Not bad, kid. You killed 9 Nirvana Realm experts so easily. It's easier with a high-grade sacred weapon. Lin Tiandao. In fact, that was indeed the case. Even if he was much stronger after reaching the 2nd tier of Nirvana Realm, it was still not easy to kill the 9 people of the Chu clan. After all, the weakest of the 9 was at the 4th tier of Nirvana Realm. The Chu clan is really miserable this time. The clan leader, 8 grand elders, and the 9 strongest people in the clan have all been killed. Really, Wuxing Crocodile shook its head. It could imagine how the Chu clan would feel when they found out that the clan master and the 8 grand supreme elders of their bloodline had all disappeared. They would definitely be overwhelmed with fear. Lin Tiandao did not think about this. With a wave of his left hand, he put away the celestial slaying Bao, a high-grade sacred weapon, and looked at the mountain 1,000 feet away. Let's go there and take a look, he said. Just now, he had pierced through the first grand elder of the Chu clan with the arrow of the great path. The saint-slaying arrow had dragged the first grand elder's body into the mountain, but the mountain was not damaged at all. There was not even a crack. This was really strange. One had to know that even the remnant power of that arrow was enough to shatter an ordinary mountain. Go, go, go. That mountain is indeed very unusual. Wuxing Crocodile nodded quickly. Ling Yun's eyes were also filled with a strange light. He had also noticed this before. Then the 2 people and the crocodile stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived near the mountain. Lin Tiandao did not hesitate. He opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker and scanned the surroundings of the mountain. Then he saw dense Tao laws floating in the air, spontaneously forming a very strong barrier. "There's a barrier, a very strong one," he said. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun did not have the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker, so they could not see the invisible barrier. However, their cultivation was extraordinary. At this time, their powerful spiritual senses felt that there was a very special and very strong power lingering outside the mountain. "Can it be broken?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. At the side, Ling Yin also looked at Lin Tian. "It should be possible, but it will take a long time," Lin Tian said. He didn't say much. As soon as he finished speaking, he stared at the barrier in front of him with his divine eyes of Illusion Breaker and activated the divine One Soul spell. Although the barrier here was made up of Tao laws, since it was a barrier, it could be considered as a kind of formation. Using the heavenly One Soul technique together with his powerful spiritual strength was naturally the most effective way to neutralize it. Buzz! As he channeled the heavenly One Soul mantra, a faint soul light intertwined. Immediately, it became stronger and more dazzling. He reached out with his right hand, and a powerful wave of soul energy surged out and collided with the barrier in front of him. Immediately, crackling sounds could be heard as strands of electric arcs appeared. In an instant, the invisible barrier appeared. Even Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin, who didn't have the illusionary eye, could see it. "There's a monarch aura in it." Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Ling Yin also felt this faintly discernible, powerful aura. He added, "It's a very powerful monarch aura." Lin Tian naturally sensed this. Moreover, the yin-yang lotus sea in his body faintly shook because of this. Could it be he was slightly moved? He took a deep breath and didn't lose focus. He continued to use the heavenly One Soul technique to mobilize his spiritual strength. He stared in front of him with his divine eyes of Illusion Breaker. Then he intertwined his great path precepts to slowly neutralize the powerful barrier here. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. On this day, Lin Tian used the heavenly One Soul technique and the great path precepts in his body to neutralize the powerful barrier here. Finally, a crack appeared on the barrier. Immediately, a gust of wind rolled out. It carried with it a warm and profound atmosphere that made him slightly surprised. This aura was undoubtedly the aura of an emperor. Moreover, it was an extremely dense and vast emperor aura. "There's the fluctuation of the lunar energy." Ling Yun was shocked. "That's right. It's the lunar energy." Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. The man and crocodile looked at each other. The shock on their faces deepened. There was even a hint of excitement. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. He said, "This must be the cave abode where the lunar heavenly lord cultivated in seclusion." Early on, when he came into contact with the powerful barrier here, the yin-yang lotus sea in his consciousness trembled. Then he thought about the lunar immortal abode that Wuxing Crocodile mentioned. At that time, he guessed that this might be the place where the lunar heavenly lord cultivated in seclusion in the West Ming continent. However, he wasn't sure. At this moment, as a crack appeared in the barrier and the powerful Taiyin Qi rushed out, he was certain that this place was the cave abode of the Taiyin heavenly venerate. This was because this place was filled with the Taiyin king, physique origin, source Taiyin Qi. Furthermore, it was emperor-grade Taiyin Qi. It seemed like only the Taiyin heavenly venerate had this. "Let's go," he said to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin. At this time, although there was only a crack in the barrier here with their cultivation, it wasn't difficult for them to turn into immortal lights and enter the world behind the barrier through this crack. It was a very simple method. Immediately, with him as the leader, the two men and the crocodile turned into 3 beams of divine light. They passed through the crack in the barrier and directly entered the barrier. Then they each reappeared behind this powerful barrier. Looking around, there was a forest behind the barrier. There was nothing special about it except for the dense spiritual qi. This should be the interior of the mountain, Wuxing Crocodile said. He stared ahead and said, "Go deeper. Deeper in. It should be the place where the lunar heavenly Lord cultivated in seclusion. That's right. It definitely is. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Lin Tian was the first to take a step forward and walked into the depths of the forest. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin naturally followed quickly. A light breeze blew in the forest. The spiritual qi in the wind was very dense, and so was the lunar qi. Then, after the group walked for about half an hour, a cave suddenly appeared in front of them. Inside, there was a very shocking Taoist connotation. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly flashed. The lunar qi in the cave was very dense, and there was the Emperor's might intertwined. Found it. That cave is where the lunar heavenly lord cultivated in seclusion in the West Ming continent back then, Wuxing Crocodile said excitedly. Without the slightest hesitation, the two men and the crocodile stepped into the cave in the blink of an eye. At such a close distance, the lunar qi floating in the air was purer and denser. The Emperor's might was very strong, but it was very gentle. It didn't give the two men and the crocodile a strong sense of oppression. Let's go in, Lin Tian said, and stepped into the cave in front of them. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun hurriedly followed. There was a very strong Emperor's might in the cave, but there were no restrictions outside. The two men and the crocodile easily stepped into the cave and walked into it. At first glance, the space inside the cave wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. There was a stone table and a stone platform. There was a very shocking lunar qi intertwined on them, and there was a very thick Emperor's might left behind. The group of people looked around and found many things in every corner of the cave. They were all placed in a very messy manner. That dagger seems to be a low-grade sacred weapon. Ling Yan's eyes widened. He grabbed a 2-inch-long dagger from a corner. There was a faint sacred might intertwined on it. Sacred saber. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but cry out. He picked up a long saber from the side of the stone platform. It was full of ancient sacred runes. It was also a low-grade sacred weapon. On the other side, Lin Tian stared at a corner. He grabbed a long sword. It was very sharp. It was actually a mid-grade sacred weapon. Holding this sacred sword, wisps of light intertwined in his eyes. He could clearly feel the power of this sacred sword. Good. He couldn't help but say to himself. He had the upper-grade immortal slaying bow, which was extremely powerful in long-range attacks. Now that he had obtained this mid-grade sacred artifact sacred sword, he would also have a powerful sacred artifact for close combat. It could be said that this was a very good thing. That jar, a quasi-sacred weapon, a supreme-grade immortal medicine that can at least extend one's life by 500 years. He actually threw this kind of thing around so casually, as expected of Heavenly Lord Tayin. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun called out from time to time. In this cave, there were many things in every corner. They looked very simple, but when one actually held them in one's hand, it was shocking. There was really not a single one of them that was ordinary. Even a broken copper shield was actually a high-grade divine weapon. Lin Tian raised his hand and put away many things. Almost all of them were weapons, and the lowest was a divine weapon. Not long after, he casually grabbed a jade, bull-sized stone plate. An intense pain immediately spread from his hand, causing the stone plate to fall out of his hand. It landed on the ground with a soft thud, but it was not damaged in the slightest. "Kid, what's wrong?" Wuxing Crocodile tilted his head and asked. Ling Yin also noticed the abnormality on Lin Tian's side and looked over. "It's nothing. I caught something good and accidentally dropped it." He looked at the stone plate on the ground. It was full of strange runes. At this time, his right hand was a little numb, and the sharp pain was incomparably intense. He circulated the Tiani Soul spell and carefully picked up the bull-sized stone plate from the ground. This time, because he was prepared, his hand wasn't injured by the stone plate like before. He didn't feel the sharp pain from before. However, his arm was still a little numb. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin looked over. Staring at the strange runes on the stone plate, their expressions changed. Chapter 1077. Upon hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Now that he had reached the second heaven of nirvana, his cultivation level was already very high. Moreover, because he cultivated the Tiani Soul technique, he was a powerful array manipulator. Naturally, he could clearly sense the extraordinariness of the array patterns on the bowl-sized stone plate. Although it was badly damaged, its killing power was not weak at all. It was enough to kill an early-stage Nirvana realm cultivator, a powerful killing weapon of a sect. Ling Yun exclaimed. Lin Tian nodded. It must have been casually carved by the Taiyin Heavenly Lord when he was comprehending the array. Then he left it unfinished. As he spoke, he waved his right hand slightly. The bull-sized killing array platform was immediately kept by him. He carefully placed it in the stone ring for future use. Ling Yun shook his head. His gaze landed on the other parts of the cave. His eyes lit up again as he saw some other good things. He waved his hand and kept many of them. On the other side, Whooshing Crocodile also had a good harvest. There were holy weapons, divine herbs, and so on. Of course, there were not many. In the blink of an eye, the entire cave was empty except for the stone table and stone platform. There's no chaos, Yuan heavenly treasure. Ling Yun muttered. You should be content. It's already very good to be able to obtain the holy weapons of a few sections. It's a great harvest. Lin Tian said. Most Nirvana realm cultivators did not have precious weapons of the holy weapon level. Every sect had their own treasure trove. Ling Yun stared at Lin Tian. He stretched out a finger and shook it. He said seriously, as the saying goes, water flows down to the bottom and man walks up to the top. As a person, one must have great ambitions. How can one be satisfied with just a few holy weapons? Lin Tian, he scanned his surroundings. There was indeed nothing else in this place. However, one of the walls of the cave was densely carved with various ancient runes. There was a very thick, great Tao immortal connotation intertwined on it. He stared at these carvings. His eyes could not help but emit wisps of light. These carvings were not simple at all. Whooshing Crocodile looked over, and a demonic light flashed in his eyes. Without a doubt, this was once a place where the Grand Moon Heavenly Lord cultivated in seclusion. These runes must have been carved by the Grand Moon Heavenly Lord when he was comprehending the Tao. They are very valuable. Each of the 9 heavenly sovereigns was an extraordinary figure, leaving behind an indelible legend in the 10 directions celestial realm. Even a random drawing would have great reference value. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a treasure trove. Lin Tian felt the same way. He stared at the engravings and said, "Study them carefully for a while before leaving." Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun both nodded. They immediately stared at the stone wall seriously, their eyes overflowing with divine light. Lin Tian stared at the stone wall in front of him. His consciousness surged. Suddenly he felt that the carvings on the stone wall seemed to have come alive, turning into blurry figures. They were either striking with their palms, punching with their fists, kicking with their legs, or slashing with their swords. There was a very shocking divine connotation of the great path intertwining, passing through the void space and entering his sea of consciousness. Buzz! Suddenly, a faint divine light appeared on the surface of his body. It wasn't that he had comprehended some special technique, but that the Tao essence mixed in these carvings gave him some enlightenment. At this time, he had a clearer understanding of cultivation. In this way, most of the things that he didn't understand during his daily cultivation were suddenly cleared up at this moment. It was as if his depressed mood had suddenly become clear. The divine power in his body flowed more smoothly because of this, and naturally, divine light appeared on its own. Almost at the same time, on the other side, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin were also in the same situation. After comprehending the carvings on the stone wall for a moment, their bodies also emitted a strange divine light. Their essence, vitality, and spirit were also slowly improving. For a time, The two people and the crocodile were immersed in the carvings on the stone wall in the cave. They were very focused. In this way, a month passed in a blink of an eye. The two people and the crocodile were still immersed in enlightenment. The divine light intertwined on the surface of their bodies became denser, and their essence, vitality, and spirit were strengthened a lot. In the eighth heaven, at the edge of the West Ming continent, the sea was rolling, and the waves were monstrous. The space in this place suddenly fluctuated before a figure appeared without a sound. His eyes were deep and profound. Found you. This person's body was surrounded by wisps of bloody light, and there was a faint intertwining of emperor pressure, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Staring at the West Ming continent in the center of the King's region, this person stepped out and instantly disappeared. Time flew, and another half a month passed. On the West Ming continent, in the heavenly Yin mountain cave, Buzz. Lin Tian stood in the mountain cave, and the golden divine light on the surface of his body became denser and denser. The surrounding mountain cave was faintly dyed with a layer of golden light. Next to him, the light on Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan's body was also very dense. At this time, they were infinitely close to the half-step Nirvana realm. After that, another 7 days passed, and two powerful fluctuations erupted in this mountain cave, one after another. Awesome! Wuxing Crocodile exclaimed. Ling Yin also laughed, and the divine light on his body became even denser. After nearly 2 months of enlightenment, at this moment, the man and the crocodile had both stepped into the half-step Nirvana realm. Lin Tian opened his eyes at this time. There was no obvious improvement in his cultivation, but his essence, qi, and spirit had improved a little. His eyes were intertwined with a bright light, and his divine power was flowing more smoothly at this time. He obviously felt that his control of his body and Tao was much smoother. It's about time, right? He looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin, and naturally felt the change in their cultivation. Yes, we have comprehended everything that we can, Ling Yin said, staring at the stone wall in front of him, his eyes full of light. It's really worthy of being the mark left by the heavenly venerable Taiyin. After looking at it for nearly 2 months, my cultivation has improved a lot. Otherwise, how could its prestige have been passed down for so long? Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian took a last look at the stone wall and said, "Let's go." After entering this place, their harvest was very good. His divine power was flowing more smoothly, and his control of his body and Tao was much smoother. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin had both reached the half-step Nirvana realm from the 9th level of Enlightenment realm, and they had both obtained divine weapons. At this time it was time to leave. This was because they had already obtained everything that was useful to them in this place. Go, 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 Wuxing Crocodile said. Then the 2 men and the crocodile left the mountain cave and followed the path they came from. Soon they reached the edge of the mountain. There was a strong barrier in this place, which should have been set up by the heavenly venerable Taiyin. It would not hurt people, and it was difficult to enter from the outside, but it was very easy to go out from the inside. The 2 men and the crocodile stepped out directly this time. After walking out of here, they did not stay. Finally, they glanced at the mountain behind them and walked directly into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had walked tens of thousands of feet away. The surrounding terrain became very flat, and the grass was lush. Found it. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice sounded. Silently, a figure appeared 100 feet away from the group. It was an old man, and his eyes were deep. His body was surrounded by a faint blood-red light, and there was a faint emperor's aura intertwined. Suddenly, the expressions of the 2 men and the crocodile changed slightly. There's an emperor's aura. Ling Yan's eyes turned cold. Obviously, he saw that the other party did not come with good intentions. Chapter 1078. The old man who had suddenly appeared had a cold gaze. There was a strong sense of oppression in his deep eyes as he looked straight at Lin Tian. A faint emperor's aura. He is indeed a half-step emperor. Whooshing Crocodile gritted his teeth as he felt the strength of the newcomer. Damn it! This King, Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. Even such a person has appeared. Ling Yin had just heard Lin Tian mention the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. Now that he heard Whooshing Crocodile mention this name, his eyes widened. Great Extinguishing God Dynasty? That assassin dynasty? Have they targeted you? From Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile's words, he could feel that this was not the first time Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile had been assassinated by the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. They had been assassinated several times already. They have targeted Lin Tian and have tried to assassinate him many times. Whooshing Crocodile spoke and sneered. However, we are not to be trifled with. In the past few years, we have continuously destroyed 7 of their assassin strongholds and killed many of their stinky rats. What? Ling Yun widened his eyes again. He had heard of the all-exterminating God Dynasty assassin organization and had a certain understanding of the all-exterminating God Dynasty. When he heard the 5 Elements Crocodile say such words, he was a little shocked. His face was full of disbelief. One had to know that this was the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile had actually avoided the assassinations of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty multiple times. Furthermore, they had found a few of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty's hidden strongholds and uprooted them. This was really shocking to him. According to what he knew, the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty had been around for so many years. Their assassination targets were almost always killed in one strike. It was rare for them to fail. Furthermore, it had never happened that their strongholds had been found and destroyed. Dong! Opposite them, the old man from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty walked over. He was dressed in a gray robe, and his eyes were deep and indifferent. At the same time, they were cold as ice. His gaze fell on Lin Tian and the others. Of course, he was mainly staring at Lin Tian. Not long ago, one of the strongholds of the Myriad Extinguishing Divine Dynasty in the 8th Heaven was destroyed, which alarmed the main clan of the Myriad Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Guessing that Lin Tian had appeared again, a half-step emperor expert directly descended to this world. This time, if no accident occurred, Lin Tian would be suppressed and eliminated. Lin Tian stared at the old man from the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty. He could feel the faint emperor's aura from the old man. Even though his bones were creaking from the pressure, he did not show any fear. On the contrary, his expression was very cold. I don't know how many times your Great Extinguishing God Dynasty has tried to assassinate me. Unfortunately, you haven't succeeded even once, he said. This time will not be an exception. The expression of the old assassin of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty did not change at all. His eyes were still deep and emotionless like a killing machine. Die. This person only had such a cold word. Immediately he raised his right hand, and a giant hand intertwined with Emperor's aura covered the sky in an instant, pressing towards Lin Tian. At the same time, it also covered Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin. Suddenly, the surrounding space was completely frozen by this palm. It was as if a terrifying ceiling formation was engraved in this space. Even the air stopped flowing. Oh my God! Ling Yan's heart trembled. This is the palm of a half-step emperor expert. It's really terrifying. Even Whooshing Crocodile's heart palpitated. Such a palm was really terrifying. But soon he thought of something and sneered. He stared at the assassin of the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty and said, "Old man, you will die." Almost at the same time, Lin Tian waved his right hand, and a bowl-sized stone plate appeared in his hand. After injecting a strand of God's soul strength, he threw it towards the hand of the old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty. Then he quickly formed a seal with one hand. In the blink of an eye, the seal was completed, and he said indifferently, "Open." Boom! Suddenly, the space shook violently. Dense formation runes appeared, and terrifying killing intent shook the 9 heavens. With a puff, the hand of the old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty exploded, and blood filled the sky. At this moment, the old assassin of the half-step emperor realm reformed his shattered arm, and it changed color. At this moment, the stone plate that Lin Tian had thrown out shattered. Dense, killing runes appeared, completely covering the space within a radius of several hundred meters. In an instant, surging spiritual energy was sucked in. Small pitch-black holes appeared one after another. A terrifying killing intent surged in all directions, as if it wanted to shatter the entire world. It was a horrifying sight. What did you do? The old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty couldn't help but shout. In his deep eyes, there was a trace of fear. At this moment, the dense killing runes suddenly intertwined. The killing intent was too strong, and it caused his internal organs to turn cold. The thing that will kill you, Lin Tian said. The stone plate that he threw out was the stone plate that he obtained from the supreme immortal palace. There was an incomplete formation engraved on it, but its power was strong enough to kill an early-stage Emperor Realm expert. At this moment, facing a half-step Emperor Realm expert, he knew that he and the others wouldn't be able to stop him. Therefore, he directly threw out the killing formation stone plate. In an instant, the entire space was covered by violent killing intent, and dense killing light condensed in the blink of an eye. Kill, Lin Tian said. The stone plate was activated after he injected a strand of his spiritual strength into it. Naturally, it was under his control. At this moment, the dense killing light surged together, and all of them were aimed at the old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty. It was like a raging wave crashing down on him. The old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty resisted with all his strength. Boundless divine light surged, and a strong defensive barrier was formed. However, it was instantly shattered by the dense killing light. Moreover, the killing light landed on his body, and it directly exploded. The old assassin roared, and a faint emperor's aura surged, and his body quickly reformed. However, almost at the same moment that the old assassin reformed his body, the boundless killing light flooded over, and directly covered him. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere, and the old assassin exploded once again. The power of this incomplete killing formation is really indescribable. Whooshing crocodile sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, it was left behind by the supreme immortal palace. Even if it's just a few strokes, the killing power is already terrifying enough. Lin Tian Ondao said. With a move of his mind, the dense killing light majestically descended, and once again pressed down on the old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty. The old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty was terrified. After reforming his body, he immediately retreated and used the divine concealment technique to escape. However, in the next moment, this person was disappointed. The densely packed killing patterns covered all directions. Not only did they seal off the void, they even sealed off the ground. He couldn't escape at all and was directly blasted back. Boom! The dense killing light descended once again and annihilated the old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty. With a puff, he was crushed once again. Ah! He roared loudly and once again reformed his body. His aura had already weakened by a lot, and he was shocked, angry, and terrified. Lin Tian stood in place, and his expression was indifferent. I've said it from the beginning. This time, your supreme extermination god dynasty still can't kill me. Just like those who tried to assassinate me in the past, you, a half-step emperor, will also be killed. As his words fell, the killing light in the surroundings became even more turbulent and densely packed, surged towards the old assassin. In an instant, the void collapsed, and the entire sky changed color. Ka! 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 As the killing light intertwined, there were even bolts of lightning that struck down. The old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty roared, and executed the supreme technique of the supreme extermination god dynasty. He condensed a powerful protective light screen, and it turned into a huge divine bell that covered him. One look, and one could tell that the defensive power was unparalleled. However, it was useless. As the killing light descended, the entire sky seemed to be pressing down, and it directly crushed the defensive divine bell that the old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty condensed. Then, with a crack, it was crushed. This broken formation can even kill an ordinary emperor, a half-step emperor. Do you think you can stop it by using all your techniques? Whooshing crocodile mocked. Ah! The old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty roared again, and once again reformed his body. However, his aura had weakened by a lot. At this moment, he was like a wisp of flame in the breeze, and could be extinguished at any time. You guys! He stared at Lin Tianyi and the others and gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with fear, and at the same time, anger was incomparably strong. Lin Tian stared at this person, and said indifferently, "Where did the cold gaze that you had when you first appeared go?" The old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty was shocked, and his face instantly turned ashen. He only felt that his old face had been slapped hard by Lin Tian, and it was burning hot. Boom! The killing light surged, and the power was terrifying, directly interrupting this person's words. Lin Tian's thoughts moved, and the surrounding dense killing light pressed down, and the boundless killing intent seemed to be able to crush everything. With a pop, the old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty couldn't dodge and was crushed again. Moreover, it was difficult for him to reform his physical body in a short period of time. Only his divine soul was floating at the side, and it was filled with fear and anger. Boom! It was also at this time that the surrounding dense killing patterns emitted the brightest divine light, and it directly lit up the surroundings. Lin Tian used the divine one-soul art, and with his powerful soul power as a guide, he pushed the surrounding incomplete killing patterns to the extreme. The boundless killing light quickly condensed and merged into a killing sword that was about 3 feet long, and the power of extermination was terrifying. This sword was directly aimed at the old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty. Instantly, the old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty trembled, and his divine soul couldn't help but tremble, and he shouted, "Stop! Slash!" Lin Tianling coldly spat out this word, and then the killing sword that was about 3 feet long directly pressed down and mercilessly slashed down. With a boom, the surrounding space trembled and the ground cracked. The powerful sword directly drowned the old assassin of the supreme extermination god dynasty and slashed his divine soul into pieces on the spot. Instantly, the entire place quieted down, and only wisps of sand floated in the air and then fell back down. A half-step emperor, and he was killed just like that. Chapter 1079. A faint aura of destruction lingered in the air. The blood of the half-step emperor realm expert splattered on the ground. A half-step emperor realm expert is a core force even for a major force like the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Now that one of them is dead, it will be a heartache for the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Whooshing crocodiles said, "In the 10 directions heaven region, there were quite a few half-step emperors, but there definitely weren't many of them. Even in the top-tier factions of the 9 heavens, there weren't many of them. Each one of them was a core member. Now, a half-step emperor realm expert from the great extinguishing divine dynasty was killed. It was definitely a big blow to the great extinguishing divine dynasty." Lin Tian didn't have any reaction. He casually glanced at the place where the half-step emperor realm expert died and walked away. "Kid, where are we going next?" Ling Yun asked. Lin Tian glanced at the west nether continent and said, "To one of the strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in this heavens as a guest." Originally, when he came to the 8th heaven, He wanted to destroy one of the strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty with the help of the heavenly tribulation. After that, he planned to go to another stronghold. However, he didn't expect to meet Ling Yun and come to the West Nether continent to look for the Sword Soul Fragment. At this moment, on this continent, he had found the Sword Soul Fragment and the Extreme Moon, Heavenly Sovereign's cultivation cave. Now, there was no need for him to stay on this island. In addition, another assassin from the great extinguishing God dynasty had come to assassinate him. Moreover, it was a half-step emperor. Naturally, he immediately thought of the other stronghold of the great extinguishing God dynasty in this heaven region. Ling Yun stared at Lin Tian and said, "Previously, we destroyed a few strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. You actually know the location of the other strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty?" Lin Tian didn't say anything. Whooshing Crocodile sneered and said, "Of course. Who are we? Naturally, we know." Ling Yun stared and rolled his eyes. He didn't say anything in the end. Immediately, the two of them and the crocodile soared into the sky and left the West Nether continent. Their speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Soon, they traveled a large distance and headed to a fixed location in this heavens. "That stronghold is in this direction?" Ling Yun asked. "Yes." Lin Tian nodded and responded. Immediately, the speed of the two people and the crocodile increased by a few notches. In an unknown location in the 9 heavens, there was a large hall that was pitch black without any light. 19th Elder, his aura has disappeared. A voice sounded. Then the hall fell into silence. The chilliness intertwined with each other. Let the 12th Elder and the 13th Elder go together. They must take that person's head. A cold voice came from the depths of the hall. In the 8th heaven, the sky was still blue. Lin Tian's group left the West Nether region and walked for several hours before arriving at a deep mountain. This deep mountain was as ordinary as ever. There was not even a single ordinary demonic beast to be seen. When the wind blew, the air between the mountains drifted out, making it seem somewhat fresh. "Here?" Ling Yin asked Lin Tian. No matter how he looked at it, this place did not look like the location of a stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. "Little pervert, don't be deceived by appearances. Our information is very accurate," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian walked in front. The ground was littered with dried branches and leaves. Crunching sounds could be heard as he stepped on them. In the blink of an eye, half a quarter of an hour passed. At this time, a large lake with a radius of about 10,000 feet appeared in front of them. There were tributaries on the east and west sides, connecting the deep mountain. This kind of terrain exists in many mortal worlds. It's not a very special terrain. At this time, there was a fishing boat on the big lake. 2 fishermen in their early 30s were standing on the boat. When they saw Lin Tian and the others, they greeted them warmly. "Little brother, what are you doing here?" "Just taking a look around." "What about you?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian didn't speak. "Us? We're fishing to subsidize our family's living expenses," one of the fishermen said. Whooshing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. "Then you guys are really working hard. We're just ordinary people. There's nothing we can do." This person said with a smile, looking very simple and honest. Almost as soon as the man finished speaking, an ear-piercing sound of a sword rang. Lin Tian raised his hand, and 2 sword rays slashed straight out. They were so fast that they twisted the 2 men on the fishing boat into 2 bloody mists on the spot, directly dyeing a large area of the lake red. Ling Yun was shocked. "Kid, what are you doing?" Whooshing Crocodile glanced at him. "Little pervert, you're not weak, but you're not smart enough. When ordinary people see Lord Crocodile talking, they don't look surprised at all. Do you think this is normal?" Ling Yun was stunned and then moved. Thinking about it, it made sense. Whooshing Crocodile looked like a crocodile with nothing more than a pair of wings on its back. such a crocodile that could fly and talk, but the two fishermen didn't react at all. They seemed to think that this was normal. This was indeed very abnormal. Those two were obviously in disguise. Lin Tian rose into the air at this time, and a long sword appeared in his hand. It was the middle-grade holy sword that he obtained in the Taiyin immortal abode in the West Ming continent. It was intertwined with a faint holy aura. He held this holy sword with a calm expression and aimed at the big lake in this place. He raised his hand and slashed the surface of the big lake, revealing an incomparably strong barrier. Here, under this big lake, there's actually a barrier. Ling Yun was shocked and then moved again. He thought of the purpose of coming to this place. Below this is a stronghold of the great extinguishing god dynasty. Obviously, whooshing crocodile sneered. And the two men who disguised themselves as fishermen just now are naturally the assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty. They are scouting above and can be considered as two spies guarding outside the stronghold. Clang! Lin Tian swung his sword again at this time and slashed out a long sword aura that fell into the big lake. Then, with a crack, this sword aura hit the barrier under the big lake and shattered it directly. "Let's go in," Lin Tian said. His feet swayed, and he stepped directly into the barrier. "Huh!" Whooshing crocodile laughed sinisterly. With a flap of the wings on his back, he also went in. "Damn, we've killed our way into the stronghold of the great extinguishing god dynasty. This is exciting." Ling Yin gritted his teeth and followed in. At almost the same instant they entered, the corner of the barrier that had been cut open by Lin Tian actually healed on its own, completely blocking the large amount of water from the large lake outside. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen palaces under the lake. Densely packed silhouettes rushed out of the palaces. There were a total of several hundred people. 9 of them were at the 4th sky of Nirvana realm. Moreover, there were more than a dozen ordinary Nirvana realm experts. The divine power fluctuations intertwined with each other were not weak. The aura of the laws was like a rolling ocean. The dozens of people were led by the 9/4 sky of Nirvana realm experts. Their eyes were cold as if they were the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, the murderous and cold currents intertwined in the surroundings. The whole space seemed to be somewhat oppressive, and there was a murderous aura lingering around. "Let's skip the small talk and kill," Lin Tian said. He was very proactive. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. In an instant, he appeared in front of one of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm experts and slashed the middle-grade sacred sword in his hand mercilessly. The person from the great extinguishing god dynasty was shocked. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed and the sacred sword in Lin Tian's hand. "You, puff!" A mist of blood directly exploded. The 4th sky of Nirvana realm expert was slashed into pieces by Lin Tian's sword on the spot. Only his divine soul escaped in a sorry state. However, he was met with Lin Tian's sword head-on. In an instant, his divine soul collapsed and died. Elder. At this place, the group of assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty were shocked. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had killed one of their 4th sky of Nirvana realm experts. A person with such a cultivation base was the strongest existence in their stronghold. Sacrifice the sealing array and the 10,000 killing array. Someone shouted. In this stronghold, the group of assassins obviously knew about Lin Tian. At this time, more than a dozen ordinary Nirvana realm experts moved. They directly pulled open the dense killing array, intertwining with an endless murderous intent that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The other strongholds have been destroyed one by one. We have already guessed that you might have found this place. Do you think we are not prepared? We have already prepared a dense killing array. Even if an 8th sky of Nirvana realm expert comes, we will still kill him. One of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm old assassins said coldly. As his words fell, the densely packed killing and sealing formations in this place became even more intense. they're might terrifying. Dealing with ordinary 8th sky of Nirvana realm experts is not a problem. But if you want to use them to deal with me, you are thinking too much. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. He activated the divine one-soul incantation with the Saint Sword. At the same time, he opened the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker and saw through the dense array patterns. With a raise of his hand, he destroyed the core of the array, directly causing the killing array to collapse. In an instant, the expressions of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm experts changed drastically. The killing array and sealing array that they had carefully prepared was actually destroyed by Lin Tian's sword. You are only at the 2nd sky of Nirvana realm. How can you do such a thing? This is impossible. One of them couldn't help but cry out. Lin Tian raised his hand. Without saying anything else, the Lin Tian soul-slaying sword was activated with the power of a mid-grade saint weapon. In a flash, it appeared in front of the man and pierced straight between his eyebrows, directly crushing the spirit in his sea of consciousness. He had reached the 2nd sky of Nirvana realm in the West Nether Continent, which greatly increased his battle strength. Then he comprehended the Tao in the Tying immortal abode, which made his essence, chi, and spirit stronger, making the flow of his divine power smoother. As a result, his battle strength naturally increased a little. Therefore, at this time, a 4th sky of Nirvana realm expert was really nothing to him. He could kill him with one strike. Little pervert, let's go too. Whooshing crocodile sneered. With a buzz, a long saber rushed out of its body. It was a low-grade saint weapon that it had obtained in the Tying immortal abode. It directly intertwined with Saint Might and slashed at the group of ordinary assassins in the stronghold of the all-extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Of course, Lord Ling. Chapter 1080. As Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin also took out their saint weapons, the 3 saint weapons merged together. The overbearing saint aura directly suppressed the space, causing all the assassins in the stronghold to panic. After all, it was not a simple matter for 3 saint weapons to appear together. The overbearing saint killing power seemed to be able to disintegrate everything. A 4th heavenly layer assassin's face turned ashen, shocked and furious. Lin Tian held the mid-grade saint sword and arrived in front of the person who spoke in a single step. He slashed down with the towering heaven sword light. With a poof, the person's body exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. With Lin Tian's current cultivation, coupled with the mid-grade saint weapon and the towering heaven sword scripture, killing a 4th heavenly layer Nirvana expert was as easy as cutting vegetables. Clang! He did not show any special emotion as he slashed down with the saint sword in his hand. Dense killing light swept out like a storm. Poof! 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 In an instant, 3 Nirvana-level assassins were killed, and their bodies and souls were destroyed in an instant. He took a step forward and appeared in front of another 4th heavenly layer Nirvana expert. He raised the saint sword in his right hand and slashed down. With a buzzing sound, the sword hummed like billions of birds flapping their wings. With a poof, the old 4th heavenly layer Nirvana expert was chopped into pieces. Blood splattered all over the sky. Ah! On the other side, screams rang out. Whooshing Crocodile's long blade saint weapon vibrated, reaping the lives of a large number of assassins. At the same time, Ling Yin withdrew the short dagger and executed numerous strange sword lights that formed a dense expanse that successively annihilated a few half-step rebirth realm experts, causing them to transform into an expanse of bloody mist that drifted out while vanishing along with their souls. There were not many 4th heavenly layer Nirvana experts left in the stronghold. At this moment, all of them were shocked and furious. However, this kind of shock and fury could not change anything. Lin Tianyi and the others held the mid-grade saint sword, and the killing light swept across the 9 heavens. Poof! 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 Blood radiance exploded as the old assassins of the great extinguishing God Dynasty were killed by his sword one after another. At this time he only stared at the people of Nirvana realm and above in this stronghold. The rest of the people were left to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. The holy sword in his hand slashed out streaks of deadly blade light from time to time. Tisk, TSK, little brats, you're not good enough. Wuxing Crocodile laughed. Using a saint weapon feels so good. Ling Yun laughed as well. Lin Tian wielded a mid-grade saint sword and charged towards another fourth, heavenly layer, nirvana layer expert. He directly used the 3 styles of Ling Tian. A destructive sword light flashed and jumped, directly shattering this person's head. Ah! The blood-curdling screams continued to reverberate as streams of blood exploded one after another. To the people in the stronghold of the great extinguishing god dynasty, this was a one-sided massacre. No one could stop Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun. Damn it! Our dynasty will not let you off. Someone was enraged. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. Without saying anything, he casually slashed out with his sword and killed this person with a poof. Clang! Boom! Sword chimes and divine light boomed one after another, reverberating in the air. Just like that, the place became quiet after a few minutes. All the assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty in this stronghold had been killed by the 2 people and the crocodile. The blood was glaring. This saber is not bad. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the saint-grade saber he found in the Tying immortal abode with satisfaction and stored it in his consciousness. Ling Yun put away his dagger and looked at the dozens of palaces in front of him. His eyes lit up. I heard that the great extinguishing god dynasty has a very rich foundation. A single stronghold is comparable to the accumulation of a superforce over countless years. Let's go and ransack them. Lin Tian nodded, stored the middle-grade, saint-grade long sword in his consciousness, and walked towards the dozens of palaces in front of him. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun followed. It didn't take long for them to find a secret hall filled with treasures. There was a large pile of things inside, including Lingjing artifacts, elixirs, Baodan, and various other divine materials. Damn, it's really rich. Ling Yun said, It's not bad. Lin Tian said. He just glanced at the hall and found that there were more than 50 million caddies of Lingjing, a lot of divine weapons, and a lot of Baodan. Compared to the Zhan family in the 7th heaven, this place was many times richer. Put it away, Wuxing Crocodile said. 2 people and 1 crocodile acted at the same time, each putting away a large number of treasures. After Lin Tian put away some of the spirit crystals and divine weapons, he grabbed a sparkling and translucent mystic water stone in the corner of the hall. There were dense light patterns and Tao marks engraved on it, causing his expression to change slightly. Wuxing Crocodile saw his expression and looked at the black waterstone platform in his hand. After a few glances, his expression changed slightly. This seems to be a cross-heaven teleportation platform. Yes, it's that kind of teleportation platform. Lin Tian nodded. A cross-heaven teleportation platform is very precious, and it's very difficult for ordinary big forces to have one. Of course, it's very precious only because there aren't many of them and they're difficult to engrave. In terms of value, it's actually not a big deal. After all, this thing can't provide a trace of combat power. It's just a teleportation platform, and it can only be used once. With a wave of his right hand, he directly put it into the stone ring. The things in this hall were quickly collected. He and Wuxing Crocodile walked to the other halls. Soon, they found some extraordinary things and put them all away. It took at least half a quarter of an hour to collect all the treasures here. The harvest is quite rich. Now, if we want to establish a sect or something, these things can be used directly as a foundation. Even in the 9th heaven, it's enough to be ranked in the 2nd level of the big forces. Ling Yin said with a smile. Lin Tian glanced at him and said, You're thinking too much. How can it be so easy to create a sect that can be ranked in the 2nd tier of the 9th layer of heaven just by relying on these things? A sect can't be built just by relying on a few resources. There are many other factors that need to be considered, such as the inheritance of cultivation techniques, the geographical foundation, and the number of disciples. He hasn't been to the ninth heaven before, so he isn't very clear about the distribution of forces in the ninth heaven. However, he knows that the second-level forces in the ninth heaven are definitely not worse than the Chu family in this heaven. It's not easy to create a force of this level, and the resources in their hands are far from enough. It's not easy to create a force of this level. Ling Yun rolled his eyes. Uncle Ling is just saying. There was a strong smell of blood in this space. Lin Tian glanced around, then retracted his gaze. With a clang, he summoned the towering heaven's sword intent with his bare hands and slashed it straight up towards the top of his head. He forcefully pierced a large hole in the barrier here, causing the lake water above to burst open, revealing a corner of the blue sky. "Let's go," he said. Chapter 1081. As Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin also took out their saint weapons, the three saint weapons combined together, the overbearing saint aura suppressed the entire space, causing the assassins in the great, extinguishing, godly dynasty to panic. After all, the appearance of three saint weapons together was not a simple matter. The overbearing saint-killing power seemed to be able to disintegrate everything. An old assassin at the fourth sky of Nirvana realm was livid with shock and anger. Lin Tian wielded his mid-grade saint sword and arrived in front of the man, who spoke in a single step. He slashed down with his towering sword light. With a puff, the man's body exploded, his body and soul annihilated on the spot. With Lin Tian's current cultivation, coupled with his mid-grade saint weapon and towering sword scripture, killing a fourth sky of Nirvana realm expert was as easy as cutting vegetables. Clang! He didn't have any special emotions. He slashed with a saint sword, and dense killing light swept out like a storm. Puff! 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 In an instant, 3 Nirvana realm assassins were killed, their bodies and souls annihilated in an instant. He stepped forward and appeared in front of another fourth sky of Nirvana realm expert. He raised his saint sword and slashed down. With a buzzing sound, the sword hummed like billions of birds flapping their wings. With a puff, the old fourth sky of Nirvana realm expert was chopped into pieces. Blood splattered all over the sky. Ah! On the other side, screams rang out. Wuxing Crocodile's saint weapon vibrated, reaping the lives of a large number of assassins. At the same time, Ling Yin withdrew his dagger and executed numerous strange sword lights that formed a dense expanse that successively annihilated a few half-step rebirth realm experts, causing them to transform into a large expanse of bloody mist that drifted out, and even their souls vanished within it. There were only a few fourth sky of Nirvana realm experts left in the great, extinguishing, godly dynasty stronghold. At this moment, all of them were shocked and furious. However, this kind of shock and fury couldn't change anything. Lin Tianyi and the others wielded their mid-grade saint swords, their killing light sweeping across the 9 heavens. Puff! 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 Blood radiance exploded as the old assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty were killed by his sword one after another. At this time, he only stared at the people of Nirvana realm and above in this stronghold. The rest of the people were left to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin. The holy sword in his hand slashed out streaks of deadly blade light from time to time. Tisk, TSK, little brats, you're not good enough. Wuxing Crocodile laughed. Using a saint weapon feels so good. Ling Yun laughed as well. Lin Tian wielded a mid-grade saint sword and charged towards another fourth heavenly layer Nirvana layer expert. He directly used the 3 styles of Ling Tian. A destructive sword light flashed and jumped, directly shattering this person's head. Ah! The blood-curdling screams continued to reverberate as streams of blood exploded one after another. To the people in the stronghold of the great extinguishing god dynasty, this was a one-sided massacre. No one could stop Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin. Damn it! Our dynasty will not let you off. Someone was enraged. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. Without saying anything, he just casually slashed with his sword and killed this person with a poof. Clang! Boom! Sword chimes and divine light boomed one after another, reverberating in the air. Just like this place became quiet after a few minutes. All the assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty in the stronghold were killed by the two people and the crocodile. The blood was glaring. This saber is not bad. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the saint-grade saber that he found in the Taiyin immortal abode with satisfaction and kept it in his consciousness. Ling Yin kept his dagger and looked at the dozen palaces in front of him. His eyes lit up. I heard that the great extinguishing god dynasty is very rich. A single stronghold is comparable to the accumulation of a superforce over countless years. Let's go and search. Lin Tian nodded, kept the middle-grade, saint-grade long sword in his consciousness, and walked towards the dozen palaces in front of him. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun followed. It didn't take long for them to find a secret hall filled with treasures. Inside, there was a large pile of things, including Lingjing artifacts, elixirs, baodan, and various other divine materials. Damn, it's really rich. Ling Yun said, It's not bad. Lin Tian said. He just glanced at the hall and found that there were more than 50 million caddies of Lingjing, a lot of divine weapons, and a lot of baodan. Compared to the Zhan family in the seventh heaven, this place was many times richer. Keep it. Wuxing Crocodile said. Two people and one crocodile took action at the same time, each putting away a large number of treasures. After Lin Tian put away some of the spirit crystals and divine weapons, he grabbed a sparkling and translucent mystic water stone in the corner of the hall. There were dense light patterns and Tao marks engraved on it, causing his expression to change slightly. Wuxing Crocodile saw his expression and looked at the black water stone platform in his hand. After a few glances, his expression changed slightly. This seems to be a cross-heaven teleportation platform. Yes, it's that kind of teleportation platform. Lin Tian nodded. A cross-heaven teleportation platform is very precious, and it's difficult for ordinary great forces to have one. Of course, it's precious only because there aren't many of them, and it's difficult to engrave them. In terms of value, it's actually not much. After all, this thing can't provide the slightest bit of combat power. It's just a stone platform, and it can only be used once. With a wave of his right hand, he directly put it into the stone ring. The things in this hall were quickly collected. He and Wuxing Crocodile went to other halls. Soon after, they found some extraordinary things and put them all away. It took at least half a quarter of an hour to clean up this place. The harvest is quite rich. Now, if we want to establish a force or sect, these things can be used directly as the foundation. Even in the ninth heaven, it's enough to rank as a second-level great force. Ling Yun clicked his tongue. Lin Tian glanced at him and said, You're thinking too much. It's not that easy to create a sect that can be ranked in the second tier of the ninth layer of heaven just by relying on these things. A sect can't be built just by relying on some resources. There are many other factors that need to be considered, such as the inheritance of martial arts, the geographical foundation, and the number of disciples. He hasn't been to the ninth heaven before, so he isn't clear about the distribution of forces in the ninth heaven. However, he knows that the second-level forces in the ninth heaven are definitely not worse than the Chu family in this heaven. This level of force isn't something that can be easily created. The resources in their hands alone are far from enough. Ling Yin rolled his eyes. Uncle Ling is just saying. There was a strong smell of blood in this space. Lin Tian glanced around, then retracted his gaze. With a clang, he summoned the heaven-piercing sword Aura and slashed it straight towards the top of his head, penetrating a big hole in the barrier here. The lake above burst open, revealing a corner of the blue sky. Let's go, he said. P.S. Tomorrow's third watch will be a little late. Roughly, the first watch will be around 1700 hours in the afternoon. The second watch will be around 2000 hours in the evening. And the third watch will be around 2300 hours in the evening. Well, I'll try my best to come early. Please forgive me. Chapter 1082. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second Divided by Little. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Listening to Lin Tian's words and looking at Lin Tian's expression, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin couldn't help but shrink their necks. At this moment, they clearly saw two words on Lin Tian's face, a big hole. Kid, what are you going to do? How are you going to attract the people of the great extinguishing divine dynasty? Ling Yin asked curiously. You will know when the time comes. Before that, I need to retreat to comprehend the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of alchemy. It will take some time. Lin Tian said. Ling Yin was a little suspicious, but he didn't ask any more questions. Wuxing Crocodile said, If you want to retreat, Grandpa Crocodile will choose the place. Wuxing Crocodile was very familiar with the ninth heaven. He immediately led Lin Tian and Ling Yun to the east. Tell me the basic situation of this heaven. On the way, Lin Tian said to Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Then let's talk about it briefly. Love, go little, say, Daviquit said. First of all, the ninth heaven is very vast. The total area of the lower 8 heavens is less than 1/5 of the ninth heaven. Even some emperor rank powerhouses can't really explore the entire ninth heaven. It is precisely because it is too vast that this heaven is simply divided into 4 large domains, named East, South, West, and West. They are the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern domains. Each of these large domains is vast and boundless, and there are countless spiritual domains and immortal mansions everywhere. This is the basic geographical distribution of the ninth heaven, and then some of the major forces. Oh, I will only mention the 9 top forces in this region of heaven. They are the Desolate Shrine, the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty, the Immortal Sword Island, the Legacy Saber Pavilion, the Heavenly Devil Divine Sect, the Purple Scorpion Holy Land, the Yin Yang Saint Sect, the Demon King Palace, and the most special Ethereal Mountain. Among them, the Fey Imperial Palace and the Ethereal Mountain are located in the East region. The Desolate Shrine and the Sacred Yin Yang Sect are located in the West region. The Immortal Sword Island and the Legacy Saber Pavilion are located in the South region. The Heavenly Demon Divine Sect and the Purple Burn Holy Land are located in the North region. As for the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty, as you know, no one knows where they are located. It is very mysterious. Wuxing Crocodile continued. Each of these 9 great factions has an emperor rank existence overseeing them. They are true overlord rank inheritances. When Lin Tian heard Wuxing Crocodile's words, there was a faint light in his eyes. East region, Demon King Palace, Misty Mountain. Western region, Shrine of Desolation, Holy Yin Yang Sect. Southern region, Immortal Sword Island, Legendary Saber Pavilion. North region, Heavenly Devil Divine Sect, Purple Burn Holy Land. There was also the unknown Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. In this vast world, there are 9 great powers. All of them have monarchs. As expected of the 9th heavenly layer, there should be at least 9 monarchs in this heaven region. Not only that, they are all monarchs that are known to the public. As for the other monarchs, who knows how many more are hidden? Lin Tian mumbled to himself, after which he glanced at the 5 elements alligator. The Demon Emperor Hall is... Wuxing Crocodile naturally knew what he was thinking and nodded. The Fey race's ultimate divine palace. Your Fey Emperor sister is the master of the Fey Imperial Palace. As it spoke, it suddenly laughed evilly. Speaking of which, if you don't have anything to do, we can make a trip to the Fey Imperial Palace and reveal your identity. You can directly become the young master of the Fey Imperial Palace. In this heaven region, you can definitely do whatever you want. Even if some half-step emperors see you, they will have to bow and show a face of fear. The Fey Imperial Palace was one of the top forces in the ninth heaven, and the Fey Emperor was even more famous in ancient times. Once the god-slaying light was used, it was said that nothing could stop it. Now, once Lin Tian entered the Fey Imperial Palace and was known to be the elder brother of the Fey Emperor, he would definitely be treated as the young master of the Fey Imperial Palace. His status could be said to be much higher than the divine sons and divine daughters of other top forces. As a result, Lin Tian would be able to travel in this heaven region. Not many people would dare to provoke him. Even ordinary emperors would have to think twice before provoking him. At that time, only the people of the great extinguishing god dynasty would dare to deal with him without any scruples. After all, almost everyone in that bloodline was crazy, and they wouldn't give face to anyone. Lin Tian shook his head. That would be boring. In addition, I only know little Z. The rest of the Fey race has nothing to do with me. Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes. I knew you would say this. In fact, Master Crocodile thinks that it's really good to be the young master of the Fey Imperial Palace. It will definitely be a good life. Then you can directly mobilize a few half-step Emperor Peak Fey overlords to destroy the 4 strongholds of the great extinguishing god dynasty in this heaven region. This is... Wait! Ling Yin yelled, interrupting Whooshing Crocodile's words. He stared at Lin Tian. The master of the Fey Imperial Palace is your elder brother, Ba No. You are the elder brother of the master of the Fey Imperial Palace? He looked at Lin Tian with a look of disbelief. He was completely shocked. The master of the Fey Imperial Palace in the ninth heaven, the Fey Emperor, had lived for many years. Lin Tian is actually the elder brother of the master of the Fey Imperial Palace. He stared at Lin Tian. You are obviously a human. How can? Staring at Lin Tian, Ling Yin felt a little confused at this time. There are some special reasons for this. Lin Tian said simply and didn't explain in detail. Ling Yin's eyes were still wide open. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He was really shocked. Lin Tian glanced at him, then looked at Whooshing Crocodile. By the way, you said before that the most special Misty Mountain. What's the deal with it? What's special about it? He asked. Whooshing Crocodile saw that Lin Tian really didn't intend to go to the Fey Imperial Palace, so he didn't say anything about this point. He said, Misty Mountain, well, this lineage has never participated in any sect competition. Almost no one has seen the disciples of this lineage walk out of the mountain gate. However, no one has ever doubted the strength of this lineage. Many emperors are very afraid of this lineage. Even the masters of the great forces forbid their disciples from getting close to Misty Mountain. Lin Tian was a little surprised when he heard this. That's impossible. It's not too strange that such a great force doesn't participate in any sect competition. However, almost no one has seen the disciples of this lineage walk out of the mountain gate. This seems very abnormal, right? He frowned. Every great force and family would have their disciples go out to train at certain times. They couldn't stay in the sect or family all the time. Even the great extinguishing god dynasty was no exception. Although the location of the main clan was unknown, the new generation of assassins in the god dynasty would be sent out to carry out assassination missions at certain times to train. However, Misty Mountain was clearly the place where the clan was established, but no one had seen the disciples of this lineage come out to train. Even so, many emperors were still very afraid of this lineage. This was a little unreasonable. Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes. Why else would they say that it is the most special? Chapter 1083. Genius 1. Second, remember, love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian was surprised. Listening to Whooshing Crocodile talking about the situation of the ethereal mountain, he felt that it was very strange. As one of the top forces in this heaven, how can it be that almost no one has seen their disciples and successors leaving the mountain gate? This is abnormal, he muttered to himself. However, As he said this, he only thought for a moment before he shook his head. After all, there's really no need to worry about such things at this time. It doesn't make any sense to him. He tilted his head and asked Whooshing Crocodile, "By the way, where are we now?" Whooshing Crocodile glanced around and said, "Well, at the edge of the Western Divine Region." Western Divine Region. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "The desolate shrine seems to be in this large region." The fact that he has the eternal killing formation was known by the desolate shrine. This branch has targeted him several times, but later, this branch suddenly quieted down a lot. However, he had never forgotten about this lineage and had always remembered it. This bloodline had great ambitions. Seeing his expression, Whooshing Crocodile also remembered that the desolate shrine in the ninth heaven seems to be Lin Tian's enemy. Before entering this heaven, you have already set up 2 top forces as your enemies. You are probably the only one who has done this since ancient times. It clicked its tongue and said, "It's all because they provoked me." "Love Gob, little say-w," Chu Lin Tian said with a smile. The 5 elements crocodile curled its lips and didn't say anything else. Instead, it increased its speed a little. Not long after, it entered a deep mountain and found a small valley. This place is close to the edge of the Western Divine Region. There are very few cultivators coming and going here. It's the most suitable place for seclusion. It said. Lin Tian sized up the surroundings. The forest was abundant, and the valley was covered in a thick fog. It was indeed very well hidden. He took a deep breath and moved both his left and right hands at the same time. He engraved 9 restriction formation runes in this place, completely isolating the aura here from the outside world. Only then did he stop and sit down on a large rock. "Oh, that's right. You were talking about comprehending the array Tao and the alchemy Tao so that you can deal with the people from the great extinguishing God dynasty later?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. "More or less." Lin Tian nodded. He gave a simple explanation to the 5 elements crocodile and Lingyan. Then he closed his eyes and began his seclusion. Now that he had reached the 2nd level of Nirvana realm, his cultivation was already very high. At this time, he wanted to raise his array Tao and alchemy Tao standards by a small level. He wanted to reach the 8th level of array manipulator and alchemist so that he could control more array Tao and alchemy Tao, especially the eternal killing array. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of it. After all, this array was created by one of the 9 heavenly lords, the Array Emperor. It was an ultimate killing array that was created by the Array Emperor. It was frighteningly powerful. Buzz. He sat cross-legged on the large rock and activated the Heavenly One Soul technique and the Medicine Encyclopedia at the same time. Suddenly, a faint light appeared on the surface of his body. The Heavenly One Soul technique was the supreme ancient scripture of Array Tao, while the Medicine Encyclopedia was the strongest immortal scripture of the Alchemy Tao. At this time, he activated both scriptures at the same time. The aura of Array Tao and Alchemy Tao on his body began to intertwine and increase. This kid, he's actually the elder brother of the ancient Demon Emperor from the Demon Emperor Palace. This is really... Lingyan stared at Lin Tian from the side and couldn't help but grind his teeth. He was still shocked by this until now. Whooshing Crocodile glanced at him and said, "Little pervert, don't be so conflicted. No matter how conflicted you are, this is the truth. This is not something that can be resolved just because you want to." Lingyan rolled his eyes. "Let Masterling adjust. Buzz." At this time, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the large rock. The light around his body became thicker, and the aura on his body became stronger. In the 9th heaven, on a plain, the void suddenly split open, and 2 gray-robed figures stepped out of the void crack. These 2 people were the 2 half-step Emperor realm experts of the great extinguishing divine dynasty who had besieged Lin Tian in the 8th heaven. According to the spatial fluctuations of his departure, he has indeed come to the 9th heaven. One of them said, "Find him." Kill him. The other person's voice was cold. Both of them were wearing gray robes. Their eyes were cold, and their killing intent was bone-chilling. Two dignified, half-step Emperor Realm experts joined forces and sealed the surroundings with dense Tao patterns from the beginning. However, they failed to stop a second-layer Nirvana realm cultivator, Ninth Heaven, the edge of the western domain. Deep in the mountain valley, Buzz! Lin Tian sat cross-legged on a large rock. His soul light and pill light flickered together. His essence, energy, and spirit surged from time to time, shaking the surrounding space. He cultivated array techniques with the heavenly One Soul secret art and alchemy with the medicine encyclopedia. Cultivating both at the same time, he grasped them very skillfully. His soul light and pill light didn't clash at all. Instead, they were improving at the same level. This kid really has too many techniques. Master Ling really thinks that there is nothing he doesn't know. Ling Yin couldn't help but say. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. He naturally felt the same way about this. Before Lin Tian went into seclusion to comprehend array and alchemy, he had already engraved dozens of sealing arrays in this place. In addition, this place itself was very hidden, so there was no problem in terms of safety. Therefore, one person and one crocodile seemed very leisurely at this time, watching Lin Tian cultivate from a distance. Buzz! Divine light lingered around. Gradually, the aura of array and alchemy on Lin Tian's body became stronger and stronger. Just like this, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, 2 extremely strong but slightly different auras suddenly intertwined on Lin Tian's body. Strands of array patterns automatically appeared in the void and intertwined into pill seals, causing the space to rumble slightly. Not far away, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, they were both shocked by these 2 auras. In 2 months, this kid's array and alchemy skills seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. Wuxing Crocodile stared at Ling Yin. Ling Yin swallowed his saliva. He improved by a lot. At this time, Lin Tian was only cultivating in seclusion. He didn't deliberately do anything, but the array patterns and pill seals had already intertwined on their own. This phenomenon was unusual. Just based on this, even people who weren't familiar with Lin Tian could see that at this time, Lin Tian's array and alchemy skills had improved tremendously. Near the stone platform, the array patterns and pill seals buzzed. After dozens of breaths, they slowly dissipated. Then, in the next moment, Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Level 8 array manipulator. Level 8 alchemist. He muttered to himself. In these 2 months, he used the divine One Soul technique and the medicine encyclopedia. From beginning to end, he had cultivated in peace. At this moment, he finally achieved a breakthrough in both array and alchemy skills. In these 2 cultivation paths, he had reached the peak of level 8. Because of this, his essence, energy, and spirit had become stronger. P.S. Today's 3rd update. Oh, this time, I've returned all the chapters one owed previously. Phew, I feel a lot more relaxed now. Also, tomorrow's first update will be around 17 p.m., and the second update will be around 20 p.m. Dragon Empress, please adjust the update time as soon as possible. Thank you everyone for your support. 8. Chapter 1084. Sitting cross-legged on the big rock, Lin Tianwei took a deep breath, and his boiling essence, energy, and spirit calmed down. Kid, are you done? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Almost done. Lin Tiandao replied. Ling Yin rolled his eyes. You mean you are not done yet? Lin Tian nodded. I still need to spend some time. Now he had only improved his array control and alchemy skills by a large level. As for the specific array and alchemy skills, he had to spend some time to cultivate and comprehend them. This was like cultivating a certain magical power. One had to reach a certain level of cultivation before they could comprehend and cultivate it. Otherwise, It would be difficult to achieve anything by forcefully comprehending and cultivating it. Wait for 1 more month. About 1 more month, he said to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin. Then he closed his eyes again and began to comprehend the eternal killing array in his mind. This killing array was created by Heavenly Sovereign Array Emperor. Its power was unparalleled, and its killing power was endless. Back then, it had helped him kill many great enemies who were above his realm. Now that his cultivation had reached the Nirvana realm, he began to comprehend this ultimate killing array again. He wanted to control more and more of this killing array so that he could use it to deal with the assassins of the great extinguishing God dynasty. Buzz! As he comprehended the eternal killing array, the heavenly One Soul art circulated automatically. A faint soul light overflowed from his body, crystal clear and pure. Then, in the next moment, a terrifying killing intent spread from his body, as if it wanted to destroy all living things. Not far away, Ling Yin felt this killing intent and couldn't help but tremble. Truly, this kind of killing intent was too terrifying. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes intertwined with a demonic light. It could see that Lin Tian was comprehending the eternal killing array at this time. After all, it had seen Lin Tian comprehending and carving this killing array before. It was very familiar with this killing intent aura. The killing intent is getting stronger and stronger, it muttered to itself. In front, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the big rock with his eyes slightly closed. The soul light outside his body was getting stronger and stronger, and the killing intent that came out of his body was getting stronger and stronger. The nearby space began to crack inch by inch, and the grass, trees, and stones were crushed one after another. Just like that, 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the killing intent on Lin Tian's body was blazing to the extreme. It was as if he had transformed into a peerless god of death, or a source of destruction. Not far away, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin couldn't help but tremble as they swallowed their saliva. Compared to 20 days ago, the killing intent on Lin Tian's body was dozens of times stronger. It was extremely shocking. Crack! 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 Under such killing intent, space continued to crumble, and the earth began to shake. Gradually, the dozens of ceiling formations that Lin Tian had engraved in this place began to shatter one by one, unable to withstand such a powerful killing intent. Then, after more than 4 hours, the dozens of ceiling formations in this place were all shattered. The tyrannical and terrifying killing intent directly spread to the entire deep mountain, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the ground. "Back off," Wuxing Crocodile said. Together with Ling Yin, they quickly retreated far away. At the same time as the killing intent spread out, the birds and beasts in this deep mountain all trembled and fled in all directions. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by light, and he was comprehending the eternal killing formation in his sea of consciousness. At this time, he had completely entered a realm where he forgot about everything. There were only strands of complicated formation patterns flashing in his mind, and he didn't notice anything that was happening in the outside world. It was also because of this that the killing intent on his body became more pure and tyrannical, and it became more fierce and terrifying. Damn, he's comprehending the killing formation. This killing formation is really... Ling Yan's heart palpitated. Just in the process of comprehending, there was such a strong killing intent intertwined. When it was truly engraved later, how terrifying would it be? It could almost cut off everything. Wuxing Crocodile didn't say anything, and just looked at Lin Tian quietly. Just like this, in the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian's killing intent had reached a higher point and reached a peak, causing the area within a radius of 1,000 feet to be greatly affected. The ground was covered with cracks, and the old trees collapsed. The birds and beasts all ran away, and even the temperature in the air dropped by dozens of degrees. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes. In his eyes, 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared, directly shattering a large area of the void. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the killing intent on his body instantly receded like the tide. In the blink of an eye, it calmed down. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun saw that Lin Tian had finished comprehending, and directly walked over. "How was it?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. "In terms of formation, it's fine." Lin Tianyi smiled. In more than 20 days, he had comprehended the eternal killing formation with his Nirvana realm cultivation and 8th stage array controller standard. At this time, he had fully grasped 1/10 of this formation. 1/10 was a terrifying level, because this was the ultimate killing formation created by the Formation Emperor, Heavenly Sovereign. 1/10 of the eternal killing formation was enough to threaten a half-step emperor with his current cultivation. Your formation skills have improved. Does this mean that you still want to comprehend alchemy? Ling Yun asked. Lin Tian shook his head. No need. I'll just directly refine it. As he spoke, he took out the Xianqing cauldron from the stone ring, and at the same time took out a large pile of materials and directly started refining. Immortal Breaking Restriction Pill. 8th Stage Pill, a type of poison pill. After shattering, it is colorless, odorless, and formless. It can annihilate a cultivator's divine power, destroy a cultivator's physical body, freeze a cultivator's soul, and even poison a cultivator's life source. He said, the medicine canon was the supreme ancient scripture of alchemists, created by the master apothecary. It recorded countless pill recipes, not only the Baodan but also poison pills. This immortal breaking restriction pill was one of the poison pills, and it was extremely terrifying. However, it was also because of this that this pill was more troublesome to refine. It required some special materials and couldn't be mass-produced. Annihilate divine power, destroy the physical body, freeze the soul, and even poison a cultivator's life source? So exaggerated? Ling Yun stared. Even Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but be a little surprised. If this was true, this immortal breaking restriction pill's power was truly terrifying. Lin Tian nodded. It's a very powerful 8th stage pill. He took out the Xianqing cauldron and circulated the pure yang flame. Then he threw in the materials for refining the immortal breaking restriction pill one by one, adjusting the temperature of the pure yang flame. Then the materials in the Xianqing cauldron began to melt one by one, condensing at the center of the cauldron. Buzz! The golden pure yang flame turned into alchemy fire, which had a miraculous effect on forging pills. Then Lin Tian opened his eye of delusion to improve the accuracy of refining pills. After all, the materials for refining the immortal breaking restriction pill were very precious. He had collected many precious materials for refining pills over the years, but there were very few materials that could be used to refine the immortal breaking restriction pill. Even if the success rate was 100%, he could only refine 9 pills of this level. Every step had to be taken carefully. He calmed his mind and focused on refining the pills. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During these 5 days, he failed to refine the immortal breaking restriction pill. After 2 tries, he finally refined 7 pills of this level. It's done! On this day, he really stood up and put the Xianqing cauldron into the stone ring. There was a faint light in his eyes. It's finally done after 3 months. Ling Yun opened his mouth and looked at Lin Tian. What do we do next? Prepare for the battlefield, of course. Lin Tian smiled. As he spoke, he looked at the 5 elements crocodile and asked about the specific location of the western region that was more suitable for engraving the killing array. Wuxing Crocodile is quite familiar with the 9th heaven. After listening to Lin Tian's words, it naturally knew what Lin Tian wanted to do. Not far from this place, there is a barren stone field with a radius of thousands of meters. It should meet your requirements, it said. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a faint light, and he nodded. Let's go, he said. Immediately, he let Whooshing Crocodile lead the way and left this place. Just like this, after around 2 hours, their group appeared before a relatively wide stone ground. The terrain wasn't too flat, and it was full of potholes. It was indeed as the 5-element crocodile had said. Not a single blade of grass grew here, and large rocks were scattered everywhere. "It's very suitable," Lin Tian said. Ling Yin looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Then, kid, are you going to engrave a killing array here? Bury the poison pill? Just engrave the killing array. There is no need to bury the immortal breaking forbidden pill." Lin Tian said. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated the One Heavenly Soul incantation and the Sun Heart Sutra. Along the surface of the stone floor, he began to inscribe one eternal killing mark after another. Each mark caused the air to tremble, and a terrifying killing intent to spread out. This kind of killing intent was much more terrifying than when Lin Tian comprehended the eternal killing array. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin couldn't help but shiver again, and cold sweat appeared on their backs. "It's fucking terrifying." Ling Yin shrank his neck. Lin Tian ran the Heavenly One Soul secret art and displayed the 5-dragon divine hands engraving technique. More and more eternal killing patterns intertwined, then disappeared into the void. In this way, he concentrated on engraving the eternal killing array. It wasn't until a day and a night later that he finished engraving 10 eternal killing arrays in this place. "It's done," he said, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Next, lure the people of this branch to this place." With that said, he summoned the 5 elements Crocodile and Ling Yun to leave this place for the time being. They traveled to the densely populated areas of the Western Domain and pulled out the divine sense imprints of the great extinguishing divine dynasty strongholds that destroyed the 6th, 7th, and 8th heavens. Then, with a powerful method, they appeared in front of all the cultivators. At the same time, he injected his voice into these divine sense engravings. "Rats of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, I, Lin Tian, have come to the 9th heaven. Tighten your necks and prepare to be slaughtered." For a time, many cultivators in the Western Domain paled. The great extinguishing divine dynasty, that mysterious great extinguishing divine dynasty, actually had their strongholds destroyed. Lin Tian. Yes, it's that Lin Tian. A few years ago, he seemed to have used a special method to send his divine sense engravings from the lower heavens to this heaven, destroying several of the great extinguishing divine dynasty strongholds. Now, how many of them have been destroyed? That Lin Tian stepped into the 9th heaven. After a few years, this is another declaration of war against the great extinguishing divine dynasty. This, Chapter 1085. A few years ago, Lin Tian recorded the scene of the destruction of the strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in the 1st to 4th heavens. At that time, it caused a huge uproar in the 9th heaven. Many cultivators and major forces remembered the name Lin Tian because since ancient times no young cultivator had ever been able to find and destroy several strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty and declare war on them. It can be said that many people were shocked at that time. Yet now, after a few years, Lin Tian had once again sent out a spiritual brand. He had actually destroyed the other strongholds of the myriad extinguishing divine dynasty and declared war against them once more. His words were filled with disdain, as if the colossus that was the myriad extinguishing divine dynasty was merely a target that was waiting to be slaughtered. It had once again ignited the commotion from a few years ago. Most importantly, this time, Lin Tian himself stepped into the 9th heaven. So, how could the people not be shocked? After all, that was the great extinguishing divine dynasty. It's the most mysterious top force in the 9th heaven. It's an ancient overlord that takes killing as its Tao. Several emperor-level powerhouses have died in their hands, but now someone actually dared to declare war and provoke the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Moreover, it's a direct provocation twice, which really shocked many people. Mad. Madman. Some cultivators' hearts palpitated. In the blink of an eye, this matter spread from the western region to the other heavens like a bird with wings. For a time, waves of commotion rose one after another. Really, where did this Lin Tian get his confidence from? How dare he provoke the great extinguishing divine dynasty like this? This bloodline has even killed quite a few emperors. Too bold. This is too crazy. Many cultivators were surprised. At the same time, the assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty naturally learned about this matter. Lin Tian, find him. Kill. In this branch in the unknown main clan, several pairs of cold eyes stared at Lin Tian. Disciples of all strongholds, disciples who are hiding outside, go out and search. The 10th elder to the 18th elder, go out. Find this person within 3 days and bring back his divine soul. The cold voice seemed to come from the mouth of the king of hell. At this time, Lin Tianyi and the others had already returned to the stone field. The people of the great extermination god dynasty have already received my invitation. I'm sure many of them have already started to move. They will probably look for me all over the western region. Lin Tiandao slowly soared into the sky and released a powerful aura. Now, I will tell them the location. At this moment, he didn't hide anything. His powerful aura was directly exposed in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it spread in all directions and traveled extremely far. Instantly, many cultivators nearby felt this powerful aura and turned to look over. This aura, what is this? It seems like it's very similar to the aura of those divine sense imprints from before. Is that Lin Tian? That Lin Tian, which direction is he in? That direction seems to be the rough stone field. That's right, it's there. Many cultivators were moved. At this time, many assassins of the great extermination god dynasty had already gathered in the western region. They were all searching for Lin Tian in the western region. Therefore, at this moment, the assassins of the great extermination god dynasty were all staring in the direction of the rough stone field. Suddenly, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The assassins of the great extermination god dynasty all rushed toward the rough stone field. In the rough stone field, Lin Tian's aura continued to spread out for more than 10 breaths. Then he retracted it and descended. I don't think I'll have to wait too long. He landed on a big stone and sat down casually. Ling Yun stared at him from the side. Kid, you exposed your aura like that. Aren't you afraid of attracting the emperor of this branch? He stared at Lin Tian and said, although the killing array you engraved here is powerful, it's definitely not enough to deal with an emperor, right? If we attract an emperor-level old fart from this bloodline, we'll be done for. That little pervert is brainless. The great extinguishing god dynasty is one of the top forces in this heaven domain. The emperor-level figures are all the ancestors of this lineage. Normally, they would only take action when the main clan of the god dynasty is facing destruction. How could they jump out just because they want to kill a young cultivator of the later generation? That will make the great extermination god dynasty lose face. Whooshing Crocodile said. Ling Yin was stunned for a moment. Then he thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Oh, it seems to make sense. Lin Tian sat casually on the big stone, his expression calm as he looked ahead. This will be our first battle in the 9th heaven, he said. Whooshing Crocodile chuckled. I hope a few more half-step emperors will come. If not, it will be boring. The rough stone field was very wide. Big stones were scattered randomly, and the ground was reddish-yellow. Lin Tian sat on a big stone. A breeze blew past, rolling up the black hair on his forehead. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. At this moment, the sound of breaking through the air rang out. More than 10 figures appeared in the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the rough stone field. All of them were intertwined with the divine power of the great Tao. At the same time, They were also filled with dense killing intent. These people were all shrouded in black robes. Only their cold eyes were exposed. As soon as they rushed in, they stared at Lin Tian with bone-piercing killing intent flowing in their eyes. Clang! The sound of swords rang out. The 10 people didn't say a word and directly attacked. They slashed the flying celestial path sword, aiming at Lin Tian's glabella. A mere great Dao realm expert dares to attack like this. You are really bold. Whooshing Crocodile said. Naturally, he recognized the 10 people. They were all assassins of the great extermination god dynasty. Ling Yin rolled his eyes. That's why I said this branch is very dangerous. They are obviously living people, but they look like killing machines that don't care about their lives. The sound of swords rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the 10 assassins of the great extermination god dynasty had directly closed in on Lin Tian. The cold swords were stained with blood, and they were all aimed at Lin Tian's glabella. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He was still sitting on the big stone, not moving at all. Only a faint light flashed across his eyes. Poof! 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 Blood splattered instantly. The 10 assassins of the great extermination god dynasty who had rushed forward all exploded under the light of his eyes. These assassins were only at the great Dao realm. In front of Lin Tian, who was at the Nirvana realm, they were not even ants. Lin Tian only needed to rely on his weak aura to kill these people. There was no need for him to do anything at all. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking rang out continuously. Densely packed figures appeared, rushing in from all directions. Chapter 1086. The densely packed assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty rushed over. They were all shrouded in black robes and wielded blood-stained swords. All kinds of glaring killing lights slashed at Lin Tian. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin were shrouded in a terrifying murderous aura. Lin Tiantan smiled. He was still sitting lazily on the big rock. The fingers on his right hand moved slightly. Suddenly, a large amount of sword radiance appeared. With him as the center, the sword radiance slashed in all directions. Puff! 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 Blood exploded. Among the great extinguishing god dynasty's assassins, dozens of them were slashed into pieces on the spot. There are quite a lot of assassins here. Whooshing Crocodile sneered at the side. After destroying so many hidden strongholds and using the divine consciousness imprint to provoke us, it would be abnormal if there were not many assassins here. Ling Yun said. Clang! Murderous auras filled the air. The great extinguishing divine dynasty's assassins all had cold expressions on their faces. Even though they saw their own comrades being killed, they did not show any emotion. Only the murderous auras on their bodies became stronger and colder. Among them, a total of 7 First Sky of Nirvana Realm experts closed in on Lin Tiantan. They slashed the blood swords in their hands, sweeping up a large amount of blood blades. All of them were aimed at Lin Tiantan's forehead. Too weak. Not enough. Lin Tiantan's voice was calm. He still did not get up. Beside him, the primitive mountain, the divine weapon bell, and other divine elephants surged out. Puff! 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 The 7 early Nirvana Realm assassins in front of him could not dodge. They were all hit by the intertwined divine elephants and exploded in the air. Only 7 divine souls escaped. They quickly retreated with the blood mist, trying to reform their physical bodies in the distance. Unfortunately, Lin Tian obviously wouldn't give them such a chance. The yin-yang lotus seas phenomenon interweaved and transformed into 7-inch long lotus swords. All of them were intertwined with the light of yin and yang as they slashed down towards the souls of the 7 of them. Immediately, the sound of sizzling rang out as the 7 people's souls were cut into pieces at the same time. All 7 of them were destroyed. For a moment, the other great extinguishing god dynasty assassins in this place Their murderous aura also slowed down. 7 Nirvana Realm assassins were easily killed by Lin Tiantan, Nirvana Realm expert. TSK Rats, you are too slow. Whooshing, Crocodile flapped the wings on its back. It was like a great monster race, divine ability, turning into a destructive wave of killing that flooded forward. Pu. With this strike, hundreds of thousands of god-exterminating Imperial Dynasty's assassins were crushed, their bodies and souls obliterated. Master Ling Yun laughed. Ling Nirvana Realm, Sword God Realm. NN Nirvana God Nirvana Dao Realm Nai NN Realm Nirvana Ding Sky NN Chi. Lin Tiantan sat on the big rock, casually with a faint smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, Ling Tian Sword Chi filled the sky. This level of sword light was casually executed by him, but he was at the second level of the rebirth realm now. So casually executed sword lights at this level of cultivation would truly not have the slightest problem to kill people below the rebirth realm, and it was as simple as cutting grass. For a moment, blood sputtered nonstop. Many great extinguishing god dynasty assassins who rushed into the field exploded one after another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, the sound of breaking air rang out again. Outside the field, there were cultivators from all directions. However, they did not enter the field. All of them stopped a few hundred feet away from the field and looked straight into the field. They saw the confrontation in the field. They saw many black-robed figures with penetrating killing intent besieging 2 young men and a crocodile demon. Most of the killing force was concentrated on the young man sitting on the big rock in the field. Therefore, these cultivators' expressions changed. That young man, is that Lin Tian? Yes, it's that Lin Tian. His aura is exactly the same as the aura in those divine sense imprints. Those black-robed figures with penetrating killing intent, they're right. They should be from the great extinguishing god dynasty. After this group of people sensed that person's aura, they really came to kill him. So many people. It's the first time I've seen so many great extinguishing god dynasty assassins. There are at least more than 500 people. These cultivators were not from the great extinguishing god dynasty. Most of them had sensed the powerful aura emitted by Lin Tian and rushed here to see who dared to provoke the great extinguishing god dynasty. At the same time, these cultivators had already guessed that the assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty would definitely come here after sensing Lin Tian's aura. After all, Lin Tian had done such a thing, so the great extinguishing god dynasty was furious. Since they had sensed Lin Tian's aura, it was impossible for them not to come. However, they did not expect so many experts from the great extinguishing god dynasty to come here. However, in the next moment, these cultivators were shocked again. This was because they saw that in the face of hundreds of powerful assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty, Lin Tianji was sitting casually on the big rock. His sword light was intertwined with each other, and it was like a rain of swords. Almost none of the assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty could get close to him. This is that Lin Tian? How could he be so powerful? He seems to be in the Nirvana realm. That crocodile demon and the other young man are his companions. They're so powerful. These cultivators were shocked. Clang, clang, clang. In the rough stone land, the sound of swords humming could be heard. Cold, murderous intent swept across the area. The assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty were all shrouded in black robes. Each of their attacks was ruthless and merciless. Each of them used almost all of their strength in their attacks, causing the space to collapse inch by inch. Lin Tian sat on the big rock. In the face of such a violent attack, he was still expressionless. He did not get up. He just sat there without moving. The divine skill was activated. Divining divine elephants intertwined and formed a shield in all directions. Suddenly, blood splattered in all directions. In an instant, more than 50 assassins from the great extinguishing God dynasty died. They all turned into blood mist and floated in the air. He's so powerful. He didn't even move. He's just outside the rough stone land. The cultivators were shocked. Someone trembled. The assassins from the great extinguishing God dynasty are no match for him at all. Looking at Lin Tian in the rough stone land, the cultivators outside the rough stone land were shocked. Boom! At this moment, a violent wind suddenly blew in the rough stone land. 2 gray-robed figures suddenly appeared in the rough stone land. For a moment, the temperature in the air began to drop. Moreover, a faint emperor's aura spread in all directions. Suddenly, everyone inside and outside the rough stone land changed color. Emperor's aura. Emperor. No, it's not a real emperor. It's a half-step emperor. Many cultivators were shocked. This is also from the great extinguishing God dynasty. There's a half-step emperor in this lineage. Some cultivators were shocked. At the same time, in the rough stone land, hundreds of assassins from the great extinguishing God dynasty stopped. Elders. Everyone saluted the 2 gray-robed old men. Lin Tian looked at the 2 gray-robed old men who suddenly appeared. Naturally, he could clearly feel the faint emperor pressure exuding from them. He recognized these 2 people. They were the 2 half-step emperors who tried to kill him in the 8th heaven not long ago with a Dao rune seal. However, at this time, he still didn't show the slightest intention of getting up. The 2 of you chased me from the 9th heaven to the 8th heaven to kill me. After failing, you came back from the 8th heaven to the 9th heaven. Do you feel tired? He smiled faintly. His voice was very calm, but it was mixed with a strong sense of ridicule. Such an attitude made the eyes of the assassins from the great extinguishing God dynasty in the rough stone land even colder. The other cultivators outside the rough stone land were all shocked. Facing 2 half-step emperors, Lin Tian actually had such an attitude. The 2 gray-robed old men in the rough stone land stared at Lin Tian mercilessly like 2 peerless sharp blades. In the 8th heaven, the 2 half-step emperors joined forces to seal the area, but Lin Tian still managed to escape, which made them feel very ashamed. Now Lin Tiantan said with a smile, "The 2 of you came from the 9th heaven to the 8th heaven, and from the 8th heaven back to the 9th heaven. Do you feel tired?" Of course, they could hear the mockery in his words. The killing intent in their hearts became stronger, causing the space around them to distort. TSK, you're angry out of shame." Whooshing Crocodile looked at the 2 and said. The eyes of the 2 gray-robed old men became colder, and the killing intent on their bodies became even stronger. This kind of killing intent was undoubtedly very terrifying, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lin Tian was in the rough stone land. Most of the killing intent shrouded his body, but his expression still didn't change. Then, in the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at a place further away from the rough stone land. Boom! 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 Powerful chi flashed past like lightning. 7 old men in gray robes charged forward like destructive cannonballs. They landed directly on the ground, causing the ground to break apart. Immediately, cracks spread in all directions. These 7 people, like the 2 gray-robed old men who just appeared, were also surrounded by faint emperor pressure. 7 half-step emperors. They are also from the great extinguishing divine dynasty. It's obvious. This bloodline, this 9 half-step emperors came here. Many cultivators were shocked. As one of the top forces in the 9th heaven, the great extinguishing divine dynasty had always been incomparably mysterious. No one had ever seen this bloodline gather so many powerful assassins together. There were 9 half-step emperors and hundreds of other powerhouses. And all of this was just for a young second-layer nirvana realm cultivator. A total of 9 half-step emperors. What will happen to that person? It's impossible to stop them. Chapter 1087. Half-step monarchs were only half a step away from the primal chaos emperor realm. They were the strongest under the primal chaos realm. Now, 9 half-step monarchs from the great extinguishing god dynasty had appeared in the ground of rocks, causing the cultivators outside the ground of rocks to tremble. The great extinguishing god dynasty had always been unpredictable. This time, so many experts had appeared in front of everyone. 9 half-step monarchs and hundreds of powerful assassins. Looks like Lin Tian has really infuriated this bloodline. Otherwise, it's impossible for these assassins of this bloodline to appear here and be seen by the world. Nonsense. He had provoked them twice and destroyed 8 hidden strongholds of the great extinguishing god dynasty. If this didn't anger the great extinguishing god dynasty, then something must be wrong. However, this assassin dynasty has so many assassins attacking together. This is probably the first time this has happened, right? Many cultivators trembled. The great extinguishing god dynasty's Tao was killing. Their principle was to assassinate silently. Occasionally, they would show their traces in front of everyone. However, they would never appear in front of so many people. This was because this faction was an assassin organization. They had assassinated too many people over the years. They had many enemies, including many big factions. If too many people appeared together, it would definitely cause a lot of commotion. It was very likely that they would attract many of their enemies. At that time, it would be a very dangerous situation. Even if 9 half-step monarchs were to appear at the same time, it would still cause a lot of trouble. However, even so, this bloodline still did this. 9 half-step emperor ranks and hundreds of powerful assassins forced their way here, appearing in front of everyone. All of this was because they sensed Lin Tian's aura coming from this place. That was all. As such, these cultivators could imagine how much the great extinguishing god dynasty wanted to kill Lin Tian. Within the ground of rocks, Lin Tian sat on a huge rock. At this moment, he finally stood up and faced the 9 half-step monarchs. 9 half-step monarchs. This formation is barely not bad, he said, facing the 9 half-step monarchs of the great extinguishing god dynasty. He seemed very calm and didn't show any fear. This caused the cultivators outside the ground of rocks to be shocked. Facing 9 half-step monarchs, Lin Tian actually had this kind of attitude. Barely not bad. Someone was shocked. Why do I feel like he's looking down on the 9 half-step emperors of the myriad extinguishing god dynasty? I have the same feeling. But why? Even though he is very strong, compared to half-step emperors, he is far too lacking. Now that he is facing 9 half-step emperors together, how can he be so calm and collected? How can he face them with such an attitude? Many cultivators were surprised and puzzled. Inside the stone ground, the 9 half-step monarchs of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were all covered in gray robes. Only their cold eyes could be seen. Their eyes were like murderous swords, as if they wanted to pierce through Lin Tian. The emperor aura outside their bodies was even more terrifying. And one of the 9 individuals spoke, his voice extremely cold. Lin Tian stood on the boulder with a calm expression. The great extinguishing divine dynasty has tried to assassinate me a total of 7 times. All 7 times they failed. 6 of them were killed instead, including a half-step emperor. From the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven, there were a total of 8 hidden strongholds. All of them were destroyed by me. Not even a fly could escape from the 8 strongholds. He looked at the 9 individuals and smiled. If I am considered an ant, then isn't the great extinguishing divine dynasty an organization that specializes in producing ants? His expression was calm, and so was his voice. However, The cultivators outside the ground of rocks were shocked again. He killed a half-step emperor of the great extinguishing divine dynasty? Many cultivators were shocked. The great extinguishing divine dynasty had tried to assassinate Lin Tian several times. These cultivators had already guessed that Lin Tian had destroyed 8 hidden strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. This was because Lin Tian had personally used his divine consciousness imprint. However, these people would never have thought that Lin Tian had actually killed a half-step emperor of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. How is this possible? How can he be a half-step emperor's opponent? It's impossible. Many cultivators were shocked. Even some of the great extinguishing divine dynasty's assassins were shocked. A half-step emperor of their lineage had been killed by Lin Tian before. These ordinary assassins wouldn't know about this. The eyes of the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty turned even colder. Bone-chilling killing intent intertwined and spread out. If you didn't use such a despicable method, how can you be a half-step emperor's opponent? One of them said. It was the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder. He was also one of the 2 half-step emperors who had failed to kill Lin Tian in the 8th heaven. As soon as this was said, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. Behind him, Wu Xing Crocodile and Ling Yun also laughed. Despicable? I really didn't expect to hear this word from the mouth of the great extinguishing God dynasty one day. You rats hide in the dark ditches to launch sneak attacks and assassinate people. That itself is synonymous with inferior. Now you're calling others inferior? Is there something wrong with your brain, old man? Are you mocking others or mocking yourselves? He laughed and said. Hearing this, the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder's face suddenly sank. The other half-step emperors were also the same. Their great extinguishing divine dynasty's Tao was killing. Although they didn't show themselves in the world, they were still powerful enough to look down on the 10 heaven domains. However, now, Lin Tian actually dared to insult them, calling their great extinguishing divine dynasty the synonym of despicable. With a swoosh, a Wuxian assassin couldn't help but rush towards Lin Tian. He directly used his blood-killing sword, and his killing intent surged. Insulting my great extinguishing divine dynasty. Die! This person shouted. Lin Tian looked at this person and didn't do anything. Only a faint light flashed in his eyes. Scum, get lost. You don't have the right to speak here. Pooh! As soon as his words fell, the Wuxian assassin who rushed out directly exploded. Even his divine soul was shattered, and his body and soul were destroyed. He, who was at the 2nd stage of Nirvana realm, had the strongest reincarnation king body. If he wanted to kill a Wuxian cultivator, it would be too easy. He looked at the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder again, as if nothing had happened. He continued, Also, why do you have to avoid the main point and dwell on the trivial? My main point isn't that I killed a half-step emperor, but that your great extinguishing divine dynasty has failed to assassinate me 7 times. It was your 8 hidden strongholds that were destroyed by me. You only brought up the matter of a half-step emperor being killed. Do you think that this matter can be covered up by me using despicable methods? But you can't find an excuse for the other matters? Do you think that mentioning these matters will make your lineage lose face? His words were calm, but the ridicule in them was very obvious. This caused the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder's expression to turn even colder. This caused the other 8 half-step emperors' expressions to turn even colder. The hundreds of powerful assassins that came here also had sinister gazes. At the same time, outside the stone ground, a group of cultivators couldn't help but tremble. It was hard to imagine why Lin Tian dared to be so domineering when facing 9 half-step emperors. He actually didn't hold back and humiliated them. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly surged. Within the stone ground, the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder directly moved and attacked Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 8 half-step emperors also moved at the same time. They all stretched out their hands, and their emperor's aura surged. At the same time, dense Tao patterns appeared in the surrounding space, completely sealing the space in all directions. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yin were all sealed within. Chapter 1088. Dense Tao patterns lingered in the void, sealing the surroundings. Every corner was covered, trapping Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yin. At the same time, the 9 half-step emperors of the great, extinguishing, divine dynasty also moved. Obviously, they didn't want to give Lin Tianyi any chance of survival. They attacked at the same time, wanting to suppress and kill Lin Tian as soon as possible. Run! Let me see how you are going to struggle this time. The great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder said coldly and ruthlessly. 3 months ago, in the 8th heaven, he and the 13th elder worked together to lay down a dense Tao pattern. But Lin Tian escaped with the cross-heaven domain teleportation platform. They weren't able to suppress Lin Tian, so they were already vigilant. Therefore, after coming to this place, he and the 13th elder transmitted to the other 7 at the same time. They weren't in a hurry to attack Lin Tian, but secretly laid down a dense Tao pattern. The 9 half-step emperors' strength sealed the surroundings, not wanting any accidents to happen this time. They waited until the Tao pattern was fully laid down before making their move. At the same time, the other 8 half-step emperors' hands stretched out together. All kinds of divine light interweaved, suppressing the surroundings. It's over. In the field of rocks, the millions of assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were shrouded in black robes. Their eyes were emotionless. At this moment, they looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a corpse. Outside the field of rocks, the cultivators who rushed here from all directions were even more fearful. The 9 half-step emperor's strength was too tyrannical and terrifying. It's over, it's over. 9 half-step emperors attacked together and sealed the surroundings with Tao patterns. How could a second-layer Nirvana realm cultivator block it? No matter how monstrous he is, he won't be able to block it. Many cultivators' hearts palpitated. Rolling divine energy swept across the field of rocks. 9 surging emperor auras interweaved together. It was powerful, cold, and terrifying. The surrounding space was completely condensed. Why aren't you moving? Why don't you struggle? Aren't you very good at escaping? Are you desperate now? Not running anymore? The 12th elder of the all-extinguishing God dynasty sneered when he saw Lin Tian standing still on the rock. With a rumbling sound, his large hand pressed towards Lin Tian. Its speed was much faster than the other 8 half-step emperor ranks, and the intertwining killing lights were also much stronger than the other 8. It was aimed at Lin Tian's head. Struggle? Escape? Facing the 9 half-step emperors and the cruel and mocking gaze of the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder, he appeared very calm and didn't move at all. You think too much. Boom! As his words fell, the entire stone ground shook violently in an instant. Dense killing patterns emerged from nothingness. Each strand of killing patterns was like a peerless true dragon. It was as if a slight movement could destroy everything in this world. In that instant, this place swayed, the heavens seemingly about to collapse. Pooh! The great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder's hand that was reaching towards Lin Tian was directly shattered. Blood floated in the air, and it was a ghastly sight. At the same time, the other 8 half-step emperors also suffered a great calamity. Their extended arms were shattered, and they were all sent flying. This is the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder's expression changed, and the other 8 half-step emperors' expressions changed as well. Elders, the other hundreds of assassins that had killed their way into the stone ground all had a change in expression. Seeing the 9 half-step emperors of their own lineage had their arms shattered and their bodies sent flying, and seeing the dense killing patterns in the air, they couldn't help but tremble. Boom! The killing patterns filled the air, and the surrounding space was instantly covered by a destructive aura. Tens of thousands of bucket-sized killing lights intertwined, as if they were going to shatter eternity. The terrifying killing intent spread in all directions, and the earth shook. Chi, chi, chi. The dense Tao patterns that the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty secretly laid down were as fragile as paper at this moment. In the blink of an eye, they were shattered by the killing patterns that surged out from the void and scattered like starlight. This is killing formation. There's a killing formation here. This aura, outside the stone ground. All the cultivators trembled violently as they stared at the killing patterns in the stone ground. They felt as if their internal organs were spasming and cold sweat involuntarily appeared on their bodies. At this moment, they felt as if their souls were about to shatter. Rumble! The void shook and the earth shook. Streaks of killing lights surged out, and even the sky darkened. A destructive hurricane swept in all directions. At this moment, the entire stone ground was shrouded in killing intent, and a cold aura that seemed to have come from hell filled all directions. The 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were all shrouded in this killing formation. They were all shocked, and their expressions all changed. At the same time, the other hundreds of assassins of this lineage were even more terrified. Many of them couldn't help but tremble, and were completely stunned by the aura of the killing patterns in all directions. Lin Tian stood on the large stone, and his expression was still calm as he looked at the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Do you all think that the divine sense imprints I shot out were purely to provoke you? Do you all think that my aura was exposed because I was careless? He looked at the 9 half-step emperors and said, "It has been more than 3 months since I arrived in this heavenly region. I have been preparing for this big gift for your great extinguishing divine dynasty. How should I say this? Your main clan is in this heavenly region. This can be considered as my official greeting to you all after arriving in this heavenly region." As soon as he said this, the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were all shocked, and their bodies trembled. The 9 half-step emperors were both shocked and angry. You purposely exposed your aura to lure us here. You tricked us. One of them said coldly. Outside the stone ground, the other cultivators were also shocked. These killing patterns were carved by him. He first carved these killing patterns here, then shot out those divine sense imprints to provoke the great extinguishing divine dynasty, igniting and intensifying the anger of this lineage. Then he purposely exposed his aura to lure the great extinguishing divine dynasty's people here. The divine sense imprints were not purely a provocation, but to lure the great extinguishing divine dynasty's people to this killing formation. This is a trap. He is purposely plotting against the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Outside the stone ground, all the cultivators were shocked. At this moment, after seeing the killing patterns in the stone ground and hearing Lin Tian's words, these people instantly understood everything, using this to greet the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Someone trembled. Boom! The invisible killing intent intertwined, and the visible killing light vibrated as if it was going to destroy the world. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Lin Tian stood on the big rock and did not move at all. Around him, the killing patterns vibrated automatically and endless killing light fell. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere and miserable screams rang out. The ordinary assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty exploded one by one. Lin Tian had inscribed 10 eternal slaughter formations with his cultivation at the second level of the rebirth realm within this ground of rocks, and every single one of them had attained a 10th of the complete eternal slaughter formation. When they were combined together, Their destructive killing intent could be said to be world-shocking, and it was utterly impossible for an ordinary person to resist it. It was even to the extent that many people were unable to resist the aura interweaved by these slaughter formations. Puff, puff, puff. Blood kept splattering, and in the blink of an eye, a large area of the ground was dyed red. Damn it! In the stone ground, the 12th elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty stared at Lin Tian cruelly. His eyes were full of anger. An emperor's aura outside his body became stronger and surged violently. You lowly worm, how dare you do this? Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. Your great extinguishing divine dynasty has tried every means to kill me. Against you, what do I not dare to do? You've lived for so long, and your brain is filled with shit, right? How can you say such words? You, the great extinguishing divine dynasty's man, was speechless, and his face suddenly became incomparably pale. Lin Tian, in front of so many people, said that his brain was filled with shit. I'll kill you. He roared and rushed up directly. Several great Tao laws appeared together, intertwining with the powerful emperor's aura and attacking Lin Tian. In the face of this, Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. His clothes fluttered as he stood on the big rock like a supreme being of 10,000 worlds. Boom! The dense, eternal killing runes vibrated, and the murderous intent in this space suddenly multiplied, as if it was going to destroy the world. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. He stared at the great, extinguishing divine dynasty's man, raised his right hand and pointed forward. With a rumble, more than a dozen killing light pillars rushed up, like a dozen killing swords that could slay gods, ruthlessly slashing at the opponent. Not long ago, he became an 8th-stage array manipulator and comprehended 1/10 of the ultimate eternal killing array created by the Array Emperor, Heavenly Lord. He had carved a total of 10 of them here, and that aura was really as if it could destroy everything in this world. Boom! Space trembled, shattering into pieces. More than a dozen killing light pillars fell, approaching from different angles, and instantly arrived in front of the great extinguishing divine dynasty's man. The great extinguishing divine dynasty's man roared. Several great Tao laws surged, and he even took out a powerful Dharma treasure. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the face of such a killing light pillar, everything was in vain, and his Dharma treasure was instantly shattered. With a boom, more than a dozen killing lights arrived, as expected. Impossible. PFFF. Blood splattered, and under the pressure of the killing lights, the great extinguishing divine dynasty's elder was instantly smashed into pieces. The half-step emperor's blood dyed the void red. Elder. How is this possible? Elder is at the half-step emperor realm. Moreover, he used the great Tao laws. How? Inside the ground of haze, many assassins were terrified. Even the other 8 half-step emperor rank experts that came from this bloodline changed their expressions, all of them greatly shocked. At the same time, the other cultivators outside the ground of haze trembled, and their eyes were filled with shock. A half-step emperor was actually slashed into pieces so easily. Many people trembled. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin stood behind Lin Tian. Although they knew that Lin Tian's killing array was terrifying, seeing the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder, who was almost at the peak of half-step emperor, being slashed into pieces in the blink of an eye still shocked them. Terrifying. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Damn it. Within the ground of haze, powerful divine energy rushed out, mixed with an even stronger emperor's aura. The great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder's soul floated up, and his flesh, blood, and bones all gathered together, forming a body in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian again, and the anger in his eyes was even more intense. At the same time, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. The killing array here was too terrifying. Lin Tian stood on a huge rock, and looked at this person, the other 8 half-step emperors, and all the great extinguishing divine dynasty's assassins in the ground of haze. You all struggle as much as you want. I will stand here, and I will seriously appreciate it. Boom! As his words fell, the void violently rumbled, and the dense eternal killing patterns moved, crazily devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy, instantly turning this place into a terrifying ancient killing field. Chapter 1089. The wind and clouds changed, and the heavens and earth lost their color. The densely packed eternal killing marks trembled even more intensely after Lin Tian's words. They absorbed the spiritual qi in all directions, erupting with even more terrifying killing intent. There were even tiny black holes that appeared, devouring everything in the surroundings, including the dust, the air, and even light. In an instant, the sky seemed like it was going to collapse. The clouds in the sky were all shaken and scattered in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stood on the huge rock and looked down indifferently at the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, as well as the hundreds of assassins. He stood there calmly without any killing intent or coldness. He even had a smile on his face, as if he was the supreme ruler of all time. Facing his gaze and attitude, the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were all ashen. A second-layer Nirvana realm cultivator was actually looking down at them as if they were clowns. One of them stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes were like bone-piercing blades. He said coldly, "It's just a few killing patterns. Don't be too arrogant. Combine forces and destroy it." Another person said. The 9 half-step emperors dodged the eternal killing lights that were slashing towards them while gathering violent divine energy. In response, Lin Tiantan smiled indifferently. "Don't be too arrogant. Who do you think created this killing formation? With just you guys, you can't destroy it," he said. After speaking, he raised his hand and slowly pressed it down. Instantly, the densely packed eternal killing patterns shook again. Endless killing lights pressed down together, suppressing the surroundings. Chi, 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 the divine energy around the 9 half-step emperors were all shattered, and they were all sent flying. PFFF. One of them had his chest pierced by a killing light. Half of his body instantly exploded, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Impossible. The 9 half-step emperors' expressions changed. They were all half-step emperor rank individuals. Their combined strength was extremely powerful, interweaving with dozens of different great Tao laws. They could practically shatter everything. However, right now, they couldn't shatter the strands of killing patterns in this place. Moreover, all of their divine lights were instantly annihilated, causing them to suffer heavy injuries. Ah! A miserable shriek resounded from not far away. A powerful assassin at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm was struck by dozens of killing lights, and his body and soul were annihilated on the spot. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as the great extinguishing God Dynasty's assassins exploded one after another. Their blood dyed the ground red in the blink of an eye. This scene horrified all the cultivators outside the rough stone land. Looking at the dense, eternal killing light and the assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, many of them felt their insides turn cold and they could not help but tremble. At the same time, many of the cultivators involuntarily began retreating. The killing intent of the eternal killing array was simply too terrifying. Even though they were only looking at it from afar, they felt as though their bodies were about to be torn apart. Boom! A rumbling sound rang out. 10,000 streaks of killing light shot out. It was as if a group of great beasts had awoken. The entire great world was trembling. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as the great extinguishing divine dynasty's assassins exploded one after another. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Arg! The miserable shrieks were ear-piercing. In the face of the densely packed eternal killing light, The ordinary assassins of the all-extinguishing God dynasty were simply too weak. Even the half-step to Nirvana stage cultivators were like insignificant insects that could not withstand a single blow. At this moment, even the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were trembling in fear when they were covered by the killing patterns. Let's retreat first. One of them gritted his teeth. The 9 of them could feel the terror of the eternal killing array. They were prepared to join forces to kill Lin Tian after they left the place. However, the 9 of them quickly changed their expressions. With the eternal killing patterns surrounding them, they could not leave the place at all. Damn it, the 9 of them looked terrible. At this moment, the 9 of them naturally knew that the eternal killing array was created by Lin Tian. They did not expect Lin Tian to be able to create such a terrifying eternal killing array. The 9 of them could not break it even when they joined forces. They could not even leave the place. The 12th elder spoke. His eyes were sinister as he stared at Lin Tian viciously. Let's not do anything else. Let's join forces and kill him. The eternal killing patterns here were created by him. As long as we kill him, these eternal killing patterns will naturally shatter immediately. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. He still had a smile on his face. You guys can't even escape, and you still want to kill me in this eternal killing array? You can't even dream of doing that. As he spoke, he moved his mind slightly. A total of 25 eternal killing lights shot out. Each of the eternal killing lights was at least 3 meters long. They were all aimed at the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder. In an instant, the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder felt his soul tremble. He roared as he activated his great Tao law and divine ability secret technique to face the eternal killing lights. At the same time, the other 8 half-step emperors also made their moves. While they were dodging the eternal killing lights, they also attacked the 12th elder's eternal killing lights. However, the eternal killing lights that were aimed at the 12th elder were too fast. These people could not stop them at all. PFFF. Blood splattered. The great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder exploded once again. This person roared. His soul rushed out and quickly reformed his physical body. Although I'm very happy to see you struggling miserably, there are still many spectators outside of this stone ground. Their gazes are all focused on you 9 half-step emperors. They are waiting to see your ending. I have to let them see something interesting quickly. Lin Tian's voice rang out. He looked at the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder. Therefore, please die first. He had a faint smile on his face. He raised his right hand and faint soul light intertwined. At this moment, he circulated the divine one soul technique, causing the 10 eternal killing arrays to boil even more and their power to increase greatly. Dong! The void in all directions shook as if a sacred drum was beaten. Many cultivators couldn't help but tremble in fear. At this moment, the 10 eternal killing arrays were controlled by Lin Tian's intent. All of the eternal killing arrays, killing lights, gathered at one point. In the blink of an eye, a 10-zhong long killing sword was formed. It carried the power to destroy heaven and earth and slashed directly at the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder. The terrifying killing light covered everything. It was so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. The great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder had yet to reform his physical body. His soul was directly exposed to this killing sword. He immediately felt the threat of death. He couldn't help but tremble violently. He couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" At the same time, the other 8 half-step emperors were shocked. They quickly took action and unleashed their divine lights to help the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder. Tisk, Lin Tian sneered. The killing sword formed by the eternal killing arrays, killing power, fell before the other 8 half-step emperors' divine lights could approach. It directly drowned the great, extinguishing, divine dynasty's 12th elder. No. Stop. PFFF. With a soft sound, the great, extinguishing, divine dynasty's 12th elder's divine soul was directly crushed. Chapter 1090. The blood floated in the air and was glaring to the eyes, causing everyone inside and outside the ground to change their expressions. A half-step emperor was actually killed just like that. How could this be? The elder was actually. Many of the assassins from the great, extinguishing God dynasty were trembling. Even the other 8 half-step emperors were shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Outside the ground, the other cultivators were even more frightened, and many of them felt a chill in their bones. Boom! Inside the ground, the eternal killing marks intertwined, and the killing light shook the surroundings. It's your turn. Lin Tian stood on the big rock and looked at the other 8 half-step emperors from the great, extinguishing God dynasty. His voice was very calm as he said, "All of you will be buried here, and none of you will be able to leave." As if responding to his words, with a boom the eternal killing marks shook and the killing light surged like an ocean. It caused the sky to change color, and all the living beings within 10,000 zhang radius to tremble in fear. Clang! 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 The boundless killing light shook and furiously slashed in all directions. Instantly, the blood exploded, and many of the great, extinguishing God dynasty assassins were slashed into pieces like bloody fireworks. The killing intent is even stronger. So terrifying. What kind of killing array is this? It actually has such a terrifying killing aura. Could it be an emperor rank killing array? Outside the ground, the cultivators' hearts were palpitating. At this moment, looking from outside the ground, the sky above the ground changed color. Waves of terrifying killing intent fell from that place, causing all the cultivators outside the ground to tremble in fear. Boom! The killing light was vast and mighty, each stronger than the previous one. Lin Tian stood on the big rock and stared at the 8 half-step emperors from the great extinguishing God dynasty who were still alive. With a thought, the boundless killing light slashed towards the 8 half-step emperors. Even though he had only comprehended 1/10 of the eternal killing array, it was already terrifying enough. This was because this was the ultimate killing array created by one of the 9 celestial lords, the Array Emperor. What's more, he had engraved a total of 10 such killing matrices in this place. At this time, he activated them with the divine one-soul spell, which made the eternal killing runes even stronger. The peerless killing intent seemed to have affected all the Daos in the world, as if it could kill all living things in the universe. Damn it! The expressions of the 8 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing God dynasty changed. The 8 of them quickly gathered together and resisted with all their might. These were 8 half-step emperor rank experts. At this moment they attacked together. Immediately, the light of divine abilities soared into the heavens. Great Tao laws rolled and intertwined with each other. It could be considered a terrifying attack. However, in the next moment, when the combined attack came into contact with the killing light of the eternal killing formation, it immediately collapsed like a spark. Impossible! The 8 people's expressions changed. One of them gritted his teeth. I don't know why, but my godly power isn't circulating smoothly, and my corporeal body isn't as sensitive as usual. You too? I thought I was the only one like that. Another person revealed a shocked expression. Then, in the blink of an eye, the 8 of them discovered that their godly power wasn't circulating smoothly, and their corporeal bodies were much weaker. As they dodged the terrifying killing light, they looked at Lin Tian, and their expressions became even more unsightly. What else did you do? One of them shouted angrily. Lin Tian smiled faintly. You're about to die, so why ask so many questions? After speaking, his mind moved, and the eternal killing runes became even more terrifying, mercilessly and coldly slashing at the 8 half-step emperors. He engraved 10 1/10 of the eternal killing formations in this place. Then, after activating the 10 killing formations, he secretly crushed the 7 immortal breaking restriction pills that he had refined beforehand. This forbidden pill was a kind of poison. It was colorless and odorless, and it could temporarily annihilate a cultivator's godly power, destroy a cultivator's corporeal body, and freeze a cultivator's divine soul. If a cultivator's cultivation wasn't strong enough, even his life origin would be poisoned. Now he had crushed 7 immortal-breaking forbidden pills in the ground of pure stones. The half-step emperors had inhaled the pill's energy, and they were greatly affected. Previously, he had been able to kill the 12th elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty so easily because the celestial breaking restriction pill had weakened the 12th elder's divine power, body and soul. His battle prowess was far from his peak. Moreover, at this moment, due to the hurricane brought by the eternal killing runes, the pill's energy slowly spread to other parts of the ground of pure stones under his secret control. The other ordinary assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty also inhaled the colorless and odorless pill's energy. Some of the great Tao realm assassins fell to the ground and couldn't get up, letting out ear-piercing screams. What? Those assassins weren't hit by the eternal killing runes. Why? Outside the ground of pure stones, many cultivators were shocked. The 8 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were even more furious. They glared at Lin Tian and said, "Little bastard, what have you done?" Lin Tian stood on the big rock and looked down at the 8 of them. He didn't say anything. He raised his right hand slightly. As specks of soul light intertwined, the killing runes shook violently. Boom! The ground of pure stones trembled. Huge cracks spread out in all directions. He had refined 7 immortal-breaking forbidden pills and secretly crushed them. At this moment, it affected the people of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. However, he, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yin weren't affected. This was because he had refined the antidote and given it to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin. He had also consumed it himself. Therefore, this kind of pill's energy couldn't affect them now. Miserable screams were ear-piercing. As the eternal killing runes pressed down, under the influence of the immortal-breaking forbidden pills, the assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty who were half-step emperors and below were like weeds. They kept exploding and shattering. Blood dyed the surroundings. This made the 8 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty extremely angry. Each of them was filled with dense killing intent. Damn it! The 13th elder of this faction gritted his teeth as if he couldn't wait to eat Lin Tian's flesh alive. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He raised his right hand and pointed at this person. Boom! The eternal killing matrix was in operation. Dozens of killing light pillars soared into the sky, as if they were going to penetrate the dome of heaven. That kind of frightening might was as if a supreme, heavenly sovereign had personally arrived. It shocked everyone to the point where they were endlessly terrified as if they were in hell. The great extinguishing divine dynasty's person was terrified. He tried his best to resist, but because of the immortal breaking forbidden pills, his strength was far from the peak state. He was immediately drowned by the killing runes and was directly smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Roar! This person let out an angry roar. His divine soul soared and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, Lin Tian didn't give him a chance to retreat. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it. The surrounding killing runes pressed down on him and crushed his divine soul on the spot. Another half-step emperor was this killing rune. A half-step emperor rank in this place is actually like an ant. Outside the stone ground, a group of cultivators were shocked. Inside the stone ground, there are still 7 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty trapped inside. At this moment, their expressions changed again. Lin Tian killed another half-step emperor. TSK, so satisfying. Wu Xing crocodile chuckled. Ling Yun also laughed. Indeed, the man and crocodile stood behind Lin Tian. At this moment, they were completely watching a show. There was no need for them to make a move. Lin Tian looked at the 7 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty who were still alive. His expression was calm. Let's continue. After speaking, his intent moved. The surrounding space shook violently. Dense killing runes condensed and pressed down on another person. This person was the 18th elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Facing this killing rune, he couldn't dodge in time. He could only roar and use all sorts of great Tao laws, divine abilities, and secret techniques to create a defensive light screen. At the same time, the other 6 half-step emperors also made their moves. Each of them attacked with divine abilities and killing techniques to help the 18th elder block this killing rune. Lin Tiantan smiled faintly. The divine One Soul art circulated even faster. In the blink of an eye, another few hundred killing runes pressed down. PFFF. 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 The 7 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty trembled at the same time. They were all sent flying and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. At the same time, a 5 zhang long resplendent killing rune had already condensed and was still slashing towards the 18th elder. With a PFFF sound, there was no doubt that this person was shattered. Only a trace of his divine soul escaped in a sorry state. Die! Lin Tiantan's voice resounded. He circulated the divine One Soul art even more strongly. The soul light in his right hand became even brighter. With this, he guided 10 eternal killing runes. The dense killing runes directly pressed down on the divine soul of this elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, instantly enveloping him. No. Stop. PFFF. With a chi sound, this person's divine soul was shattered. Both his body and soul were destroyed. This is the 3rd half-step emperor. The cultivators outside the stone ground were all stunned. All of them were terrified. 9 half-step emperors had surrounded him, but 3 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. They stared at Lin Tiantan. It was hard to imagine that such a young-looking cultivator could be so terrifying. He actually had such a terrifying technique. Killing half-step emperors was like cutting grass and cutting vegetables. Inside the stone ground, the other 6 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty all had ugly expressions. Their eyes were filled with anger. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! A few of them clenched their teeth. The 9 half-step emperors came together, but they never thought that this would be the outcome. Lin Tiantan purposely set up a killing trap here to lure them here. In such a short period of time, he killed 3 of their half-step emperors. Bastard! The 11th elder's eyes were incomparably cold. He took a step forward and used the divine concealment technique. His body and chi instantly disappeared. In an invisible void, he moved towards Lin Tiantan with extreme speed. In an instant, he moved a few hundred zhang in the void. However, almost at the same moment he hid in the void, a blinding killing rune fell from the sky. As if it had clearly captured his trajectory, it pierced through his chest and his body exploded. 11. The other few half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were shocked. Once their great extinguishing god dynasty's divine concealment technique was used, one's figure and aura would be completely hidden. Unless one's cultivation was much higher than the caster, they would not be able to see through it. However, right now, Lin Tian's cultivation was clearly much lower than the half-step emperor rank 11th elder, but he could clearly see every movement of the 11th elder who used this technique. At the same time, outside the stone ground, the older generation cultivators who understood the great extinguishing divine dynasty's divine concealment technique were also shocked. They looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Then, they saw that Lin Tian's eyes were different from before. There was an additional ring of light. It was demonic and terrifying, as if he could see through everything. Chapter 1091. Everyone was shocked. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, they felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if everything in their bodies had been seen through. They couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitating. His eyes, what is that? This, many cultivators trembled. Even the half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. They could clearly feel the evilness in Lin Tian's eyes, and they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The great extinguishing divine dynasty's 11th elder roared. At this moment, he quickly reconstructed his body and stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Then he saw Lin Tian's eyes, and his expression changed. He even trembled slightly. You, boom! The space in all directions shook violently. Boundless killing light filled the area and rumbled. Lin Tian stood on the big rock and looked at this person calmly. He closed his illusionary breaker divine eye and said with a smile, "Continue to struggle." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding dense killing lights immediately pressed down on this person. Come! 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 The sword chime sounded like a divine sword, shattering the sky. There were still 6 half-step emperors left in the great extinguishing divine dynasty. They immediately dodged and supported their great Tao laws. However, 10 eternal killing arrays that were 1/10 complete were too terrifying. Moreover, they were all affected by the celestial breaking restriction pill, so they couldn't display their true battle prowess. At this moment, they appeared extremely weak. The 11th elder was immediately crushed. Damn it! This person roared and quickly reconstructed his body. Several types of great Tao laws were activated and formed a defensive light screen. However, the killing light in all directions was too tyrannical. It was densely packed and pressed down on him again. With a puff, this person was split into pieces again. His blood dyed the sky red. It's about time. You should die too, Lin Tian said. With a thought, the 10 eternal killing matrices boiled again. All of the killing lights merged together, forming a terrifying killing sword that was 10 feet long. It directly slashed towards the spirit in this person's shattered body, mercilessly slashing down like a sword that could destroy the world. Pooh! With a sizzling sound, the divine soul of the 11th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty was shattered, and his body and soul were destroyed. Such a scene shocked all the cultivators outside the stone ground, and many of them couldn't help but reveal terrified expressions. The 4th one, someone shuddered. At this moment, 4 of the 9 half-step emperors from the great extinguishing god dynasty had already been killed by Lin Tian. In the great extinguishing god dynasty, there were still 5 half-step emperors alive. At this moment, their expressions were extremely ugly. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! They gritted their teeth. They were all half-step emperor rank experts and were powerful enough to easily crush Lin Tian. However, they never thought that Lin Tian would actually set up such a terrifying killing formation in this place. Moreover, he used a special method to suppress the circulation of their divine power. At this moment, they couldn't even use half of their strength. They felt extremely sullen. Such an expression, how should I say? Lin Tian had a faint smile on his face and said, "It's very interesting." He had been standing on the big rock since the beginning. At this moment, he circulated the heavenly one-soul technique even faster, and the omnidirectional killing runes surged. With a rumbling sound, dense killing lights fell from the universe like lightning, shattering and destroying everything. In this stone ground, the assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty let out miserable cries as they exploded under the killing lights. Most of these assassins were below the Nirvana realm, and they couldn't withstand the eternal killing formation that Lin Tian had set up here. In addition, under the influence of the immortal breaking seal pill. Many of them lost their battle strength and couldn't resist. They could only watch the killing lights fall on them. As such, these ordinary assassins were like insects under the destructive waves at this moment. As long as they were hit, they would immediately shatter, and their divine soul and sea of consciousness would be turned into ashes in an instant. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses fell one after another. It was a ghastly sight. Ah! An old assassin at the fifth heaven of the Nirvana realm screamed as his physical body was shattered. His divine soul had just rushed up when it was hit by another eternal killing light, and it directly turned into ashes. At the same time, other assassins screamed, and some even began to call for help. They covered their heads and fled in the sky full of killing lights. All of them rushed here with fierce killing intent. But now they are all howling in misery. How dramatic! Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Ling Yun laughed. It's more interesting to watch like this. Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly. With a thought, the 10 eternal killing formations boiled, and the killing lights became more and more powerful. Pooh! 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 Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, and the assassins shattered and died one after another. Hundreds of assassins, but only a few dozen were left now. All of them were stained with blood and struggling in a sorry state. This is simply a small hell of death prepared for the great extinguishing God dynasty. Outside the stone ground, some cultivators were horrified. At this time, the group of great extinguishing God dynasty assassins in the stone ground was as fragile as grass. The 5 surviving elders of the great extermination God dynasty had bloodshot eyes. Their faces were filled with extreme shock and anger, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Bastard! One of them gritted his teeth. While dodging the killing lights of the eternal killing formation, he stared at Lin Tian with a face full of killing intent. It was as if he couldn't wait to eat Lin Tian's flesh and blood. Lin Tian tilted his head to look at this person and smiled faintly. He casually waved his right hand, and the dense killing lights directly pressed down on him. You, pooh! Blood rolled out like waves, and the dense eternal killing light pressed down, directly splitting this person into pieces. With a whoosh, a soul light rushed out and quickly retreated. Die. Lin Tian spoke. Rumbling in the sky, a sea of killing lights directly pressed down, covering this person's divine soul on the spot. Immediately after, with a chi sound, this person's divine soul was directly annihilated by the killing lights. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the 4 half-step emperors who were still alive. There are still 4 people left. As he spoke with a thought, the dense killing lights gathered into a wave and pressed down on the nearest half-step emperor. With a ka sound, the space directly collapsed, drowning this half-step emperor on the spot, and exploded into a dazzling bloodlight. Roar! This person was the 16th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty. His divine soul let out a loud roar and quickly flew out. However, almost at the same time, Lin Tian raised his hand, and another large wave of killing lights pressed down mercilessly. Stop, pooh! With a crisp sound, this person's divine soul was directly annihilated. There are still 3 people left. Lin Tian looked at the last 3 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing God dynasty who were still alive. With a thought, another large wave of killing lights intertwined and pressed down on the 3 of them. The 3 of them dodged with extreme speed. However, they were still struck by a few killing lights, and streams of blood floated out. Immediately after, in the next moment, this faction's 10th elder suddenly made his move. 2 divine energy killing swords rushed out of his body and flew towards the other 2 half-step emperors, arriving in the blink of an eye. Old 10th, what are you doing? The 2 of them were greatly shocked. At the same time, the crowd of cultivators outside the stone ground changed their expressions. They never would have thought that the 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty would actually wave his blade towards his two companions. Lin Tian slightly narrowed his eyes. This scene was indeed somewhat familiar. He vaguely remembered that when the great extinguishing god dynasty assassins came to assassinate him for the second time, they had also waved their blades towards their companions, using the other party's life as a sacrifice for their ultimate killing technique. This faction's 10th elder roared, his eyes intertwined with a dense blood light. If this continues, we will all die. Since that is the case, why don't you all die first and become my strength? You, pooh, pooh. 2 streams of blood. Mist exploded. The other 2 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing god dynasty didn't have time to defend themselves, and were simultaneously chopped into pieces. Moreover, after this, the 2's divine souls were forcefully pulled by a shocking force. Strands of blood-colored patterns covered their divine souls, causing them to temporarily lose the ability to resist. In the blink of an eye, they were pulled to the side of the 10th elder. Old 10th, stop. No. The 2 of them shouted loudly. The 10th elder's eyes were cold. Compared to dying together, it is more valuable to let me devour your strength and kill him. Boom! Suddenly, the sky violently shook. 2 dazzling killing lights descended at the same time. It was so fast that it instantly shattered the divine souls of the 2 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing god dynasty. Chapter 1092. Lin Tian had seen the people of the great extinguishing divine dynasty brandishing their blades at their companions, using their lives to execute a terrifying forbidden technique. Hence, when the 10th elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty brandished his killing sword at the other 2 half-step emperors, he already knew what the 10th elder was planning. Hence, he had already prepared an extremely powerful killing light at the peak of the killing formation. At the most crucial moment, it directly shattered the divine souls of the 2 half-step emperors, forcefully interrupting the 10th elder's plan. You, the 10th elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, was both shocked and furious. He was just 1 step away from absorbing the divine souls of the 2 half-step emperors to strengthen himself. However, at the last moment, the 2's divine souls were directly shattered by Lin Tian. Although you have swallowed their divine souls, you might not be able to escape. However, I do not wish to be involved in this matter. Lin Tian Ondao. As his words fell, there was a rumbling sound. The killing formation in this place became even more turbulent, and the killing light became even more violent. Ah! Miserable screams were unceasing. Under the killing light, the ordinary assassins who came here were all blasted into pieces. PFFF! 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 Blood exploded one after another, and it was a ghastly sight. These killing lights were just casually released by the eternal killing formation. However, the destructive power it contained was extremely terrifying, and ordinary people could not withstand it at all. Lin Tian stood on the huge rock and did not care about the ordinary assassins. His gaze was fixed on the last half-step emperor of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, and his expression was calm. He raised his hand and used the divine one-soul technique to control the 10-directional eternal killing formation, condensing an extremely terrifying killing light and slashing it towards this person. The 10th elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty roared angrily, and several types of great Tao laws were unleashed at the same time. Various divine abilities were displayed at the same time, and the sky was filled with killing light as he dodged and blocked. He looked extremely miserable, and a moment later, he was pierced by the eternal killing light a few more times. Can't block it! Outside the ground, the hearts of the cultivators trembled. Everyone stared at the ground where the killing light slashed down one after another, as if it could really destroy everything. The 10th elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty roared angrily in the ground, and his expression was extremely ugly. Clang! 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 The killing light was like a destructive emperor's sword, slashing down. The 10th elder of the great extermination god dynasty resisted with all his might, but he was getting more and more wretched. His injuries were getting more and more serious, and he was bleeding profusely. "Ah, bastard!" that person roared. With a boom, the aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Streaks of bloody light flashed, appearing cold and berserk. "He's burning his source energy." Some cultivators were shocked. Boom! The aura of the 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had reached its peak. For a time, the eternal killing runes in the surroundings became a little chaotic. A strange light flashed through whooshing crocodile's eyes. "That's quite ruthless. He's burned almost half of his life source." Lin Tian stared at the 10th elder of the all-extinguishing god dynasty and narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he naturally sensed this. Boom! A tyrannical aura spread out from the 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty, shaking the entire space. "You actually forced me to take this step. Damn it, you deserve to die." This person stared at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with malevolence and hatred. Originally, he wanted to devour the divine souls of the 2 half-step emperors to strengthen himself, but Lin Tian forcefully stopped him. Now, he could only burn his source energy to increase his battle strength. He had burned almost half of it. In this way, even if he could survive, he would definitely be half crippled. "I'll kill you," this person roared, shaking off the eternal killing runes in the surroundings. He took a step forward and directly closed in on Lin Tian. His speed was extremely fast, and his body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of destructive hurricane. Everywhere he passed, the space cracked and shattered. Lin Tian's hands formed a seal and activated the 10 directional eternal killing runes with the heavenly one soul technique. An even stronger killing rune pressed down on this person. Break, break, break. The 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty roared. Several types of great Tao law intertwined around his body, shattering the eternal killing runes that pressed down on him. In the blink of an eye, he was 30 feet away from Lin Tian. His palm was aimed at Lin Tian's head. In an instant, the wind from his palm roared, like a destructive wave being lifted. The momentum was so strong that it was shocking. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and activated the Bai family's great Celestial King arcane art. He grabbed the dense killing runes and gathered them in front of his divine shadow. Then he punched forward. Boom! The two collided, and the space in all directions collapsed. With a crack, the big rock under his feet was directly shattered into ashes. Dozens of cracks appeared on the ground because of it. Kill! The 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty roared. His eyes were red. He waved his palm again, and several types of great Tao law pressed down together. Damn it, this old man is so much stronger now. Ling Yun gritted his teeth. Nonsense, no matter what, he has burned almost half of his source energy. Whooshing crocodiles said. Lin Tian's expression did not change much. The soul light between his hands became denser. He quickly formed a seal and led more killing runes to press down on him. Both of you step back, he said to Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin. Then he took a step forward and walked directly toward the 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty. At this time, the 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty had burned his source energy. His aura was too strong, and his combat strength had increased by a lot. It was difficult to kill him by relying on the killing formation alone. He had no choice but to act personally and cooperate with the killing formation to kill him. Relatively speaking, his own combat strength was far from comparable to the 10-directional eternal killing formation. However, as the one who carved the formation, he could use the killing light of the eternal killing formation to display other divine powers. It was equivalent to using his divine powers to perform a simple enhancement to the killing light here. In this way, he could maximize the power of the eternal killing formation here. Kill! The 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty roared. His eyes were red as he held up the saint-slaying sword of the great extinguishing God dynasty. The sound of the sword was extremely ear-piercing. With a crack, the endless void collapsed. As the 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty had burned his source energy to increase his combat strength, the sword of the 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty even overpowered the killing power of the eternal killing formation here, causing the group of cultivators to tremble. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward and faced the attack head-on. So what if you've burned your source energy? You're still going to die, he said. With a boom, the golden divine light around his body was vast and mighty. The Sun Heart Sutra was directly activated to the limit. At the same time, he raised his right hand and activated the Ling Tian sword scripture. After the 10 directional eternal killing runes gathered in his body, it was quickly refined by the Sun Heart Sutra. Then he slashed out with the Ling Tian sword scripture. A 7-foot-long, sharp killing sword suddenly shot into the sky. The sword ray was only 7 feet long, but the pressure it emitted was extremely powerful. It was as if it could destroy everything. This is such a sharp sword ray. What kind of sword principle superpower is this? Many of the cultivators outside the ground were shocked. Almost in the next moment, the 7-foot sword ray collided with the killing runes of the 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty. When the two collided, the killing sword of the 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty shattered with a crack. The 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty was shocked. He had burned half of his source energy, and his combat strength was much stronger than when he was at his peak. He was infinitely close to the Emperor realm. However, under such circumstances, the killing runes that he had used was still shattered by Lin Tian. He could not believe it and became even more furious. This is impossible. How can there be such? Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian activated the Heavenly One Soul skill and absorbed the dense killing runes. He refined them with the Sun Heart Sutra and slashed out with the Ling Tian sword scripture. In the blink of an eye, a total of 49 killing swords fell together and pressed down on the 10th elder. This was the combination of the 10 directional eternal killing runes, the Sun Heart Sutra, and the Ling Tian sword scripture. Its power was extremely strong. The 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty felt a chill run down his spine and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, the speed of the 49 killing runes was too fast. In an instant, they pressed down on him and slashed down. Poof! Blood exploded. The 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty was slashed into pieces on the spot. Ah! The 10th elder roared. His divine soul soared and his body reformed. Pure! Yang flame! Lin Tian's voice was heard. He gathered the power of the 10 directional eternal killing runes and used it to activate the pure Yang flame. Suddenly, a terrifying sea of golden divine fire appeared and enveloped the 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty. Ah! The 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty could not help but scream. His divine soul was enveloped by the pure Yang flame and began to melt. He could not break free. At the same time, the cultivators outside the ground of pure stones recognized the divine fire. They were all shocked. The legendary pure Yang flame. He can control such a divine fire. Some of the older cultivators were shocked. Ah! The 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty screamed. He struggled in the golden divine fire and used all his strength to escape. However, at that moment, Lin Tian closed in on him. He moved his right hand and activated the 4-symbol seal with the power of the 10 directional eternal killing runes. It pressed down on the 10th elder's divine soul. Buzz! The silver Tao diagram of the four symbols surged with divine light and covered the 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty. It directly crushed half of his divine soul. The 10th elder screamed. His divine soul was covered in cracks. He retreated in shock and fear. Where can you retreat to? Moreover, aren't you here to kill me? Lin Tian Tan said calmly. His voice was very calm, but the sarcasm was extremely clear. The 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty's divine soul trembled. His expression was extremely ugly. His murderous intent surged like the sea, but he retreated even faster. As he retreated, he used his remaining divine soul to quickly reform his body. Boom! At this moment, the space shook violently, and the dense killing lights all converged towards this place. You've struggled enough. Die. Lin Tian spoke again. With a boom, he used the Heavenly One Soul spell to gather the killing patterns of the 10 directional eternal killing formation together, forming a single killing sword. With the support of the Sun Heart Sutra and the towering Heaven Sword Scripture, the destructive power swept out in all directions, suppressing the heaven and earth. For a moment, even the sky changed color. Facing the sword, the 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty was instantly terrified. He could not help but shout, "Stop!" Clang! The shocking sound of the sword rang and interrupted the 10th elder. The sword that had combined all the power of the 10 directional killing runes pressed down. Poof! With a sizzling sound, the 10th elder of the great extinguishing God dynasty's divine soul was shattered by the sword.